Daniel said. Sarah moved closer. How bad? I do not know yet. The training environment is locked. Some systems are responding like the exercise is still active, but others are behaving like they are outside normal parameters. Michael looked at the emergency display. Can we communicate with the control room? Daniel shook his head. The connection is delayed. Sarah crossed her arms. So the famous Galactic Defense Academy has a training exercise that can trap students inside and cut communication? Michael glanced at her. That is not what concerns me. She looked at him. Then what does? Michael pointed toward the far end of the chamber. The system sealed the doors after the evacuation order. Sarah followed his eyes, meaning it expected everyone to leave. A quiet moment passed between them. The humans understood something the others had missed. The entire exercise was designed around one assumption. Everyone would run. But now the system was dealing with the one outcome it was never programmed for. People who stayed. Kale watched the same realization appear on his own screen. The simulation was not failing because the humans refused to leave. The simulation was struggling because the humans had changed the situation by making a different choice. Interesting, Kale whispered. His assistant looked surprised. Interesting. For years, we have measured intelligence by obedience, Kale said. Perhaps we measured the wrong thing. In the chamber, another warning signal sounded. The lights shifted from red to amber. The training environment began adjusting itself. Michael noticed immediately. Everyone ready. Daniel looked at him. Ready for what? Michael kept his eyes forward. For the part where the system tries to convince us we made the wrong choice. Sarah gave a small smile. And if it does? Michael checked the positions of his teammates. Then we prove it wrong. For the first time since the exercise began, Instructor Kale Varen stopped watching the humans as students. He watched them as something else. A question. A possibility. A species that did not become calm because they lacked fear. A species that became calm because they had already learned how to live with it. The most dangerous mistake a commander can make is believing they already understand their enemy. Instructor Kale Varen had written that sentence into his personal training records years ago, but he never expected a group of human cadets to remind him of it. The chamber remained silent as Michael Carter and his team waited in position. The other cadets were gone. The evacuation corridors were closed. The simulation continued to change around them. On the observation platform, Kale watched the human team through narrowed eyes. Run another analysis, he ordered. His assistant quickly pulled up the system data. The humans are still within the active zone. I can see that. Their behavior is unusual. Kale looked at the display. Unusual is not the same as incorrect. His assistant paused. You believe they made the right choice? Kale did not answer immediately. For years, he had taught cadets that survival depended on recognizing when a situation was beyond their control. Retreat was not weakness. Retreat was intelligence. But the humans were not refusing to retreat because of pride. They had identified a different problem. They believed leaving would create a bigger risk. Below, Michael studied the chamber layout while Sarah monitored the changing signals on her device. The system is still trying to reset the environment, Sarah said. It keeps sending the same evacuation warning. Michael nodded. Because it expects everyone to follow the same pattern. Daniel looked up from the control panel. You think the Academy designed a test where the correct answer is not always obvious? Michael glanced at him. I think the Academy designed a test where everyone is supposed to learn something. Sarah raised an eyebrow. And what exactly are we learning? Michael looked toward the sealed exits. That sometimes the first instruction you hear is not the only thing you need to understand. The answer was simple, but it stayed with them. Humans had always approached problems differently. They did not only ask what was happening, they asked why it was happening. That difference had confused other species since humanity joined the wider galaxy. Many civilizations valued perfect systems. Humans valued adapting when systems failed. Kale continued reviewing the simulation logs. Then he noticed something hidden inside the data. The humans had not only remained in the chamber, they had unknowingly corrected a weakness in the exercise design. Their presence was keeping the system from entering a complete shutdown cycle. Assistant, Kale said quietly, bring up the original test parameters. A few seconds passed. The information appeared on screen. Kale studied it carefully. The exercise was created to measure decision-making under pressure. Students were expected to identify threats, follow commands, and survive. But there was one variable the designers had not considered. a group that prioritized protecting others over personal safety. They changed the entire evaluation, Kale said. His assistant looked confused. The students changed the test? No, Kale replied. They revealed what the test was missing. Inside the chamber, Michael heard another alert. This one was different. The sound was lower, more controlled. The simulation was no longer pushing them to leave. It was beginning to observe them. Sarah noticed it too. It is watching us now. Michael nodded. Yes. Daniel looked between them. That is supposed to make me feel better? Michael finally allowed a small smile. No, but it means we are asking the right questions. Above them, Instructor Kale Varon leaned closer to the screen. For the first time in decades, he was not evaluating cadets. He was learning from them. And that was something the galaxy had rarely forced him to do. The moment a system stops following its own rules is the moment you discover what it was never prepared for. Instructor Kale Varon watched the simulation chamber with complete silence as the environment continued changing around the human cadets. The Academy had designed thousands of scenarios, each one carefully calculated to test judgment, teamwork, and survival instincts. But this was different. The system was no longer measuring the students. It was reacting to them. Inside the chamber, Michael Carter noticed the same thing. The warning signals had stopped repeating. The evacuation messages had disappeared. The simulation was no longer telling them what to do. It was waiting. That is new, Daniel Brooks said while looking at the control panel. The system has stopped giving instructions. Sarah Mitchell looked toward Michael. Usually that means the test is over. Michael shook his head. No. Usually that means the test has changed. Sarah sighed quietly. You know, most people would hear that and immediately want to leave. Michael looked at her. Most people are not wrong. She gave him a confused look. Then why are we still here? Michael paused for a moment. It was not because he wanted to prove something. It was not because he believed humans were better than everyone else. The truth was much simpler. Because nobody else is. That answer stayed in the air for a few seconds. Daniel looked away, checking the equipment again. He understood. Humans had a habit that confused other species. They did not always choose the safest option for themselves. Sometimes they chose the option that gave everyone else a chance. On the observation platform, Kale heard the conversation through the communication feed. He expected arrogance. He expected some dramatic declaration about human courage. Instead, he heard something much more ordinary. Responsibility. They do not see themselves as heroes, Kale said quietly. His assistant looked over. Then how do you explain their behavior? Kale watched Michael move through the chamber. They see a problem, and they solve it. The simplicity of the answer bothered him. For years, the galaxy had categorized humanity based on physical measurements and historical records. Humans were not the strongest species. They were not the oldest civilization. They did not have the most advanced technology. Many instructors had assumed those limitations would define them. But watching Michael Carter and his team, Kale realized something important. A species was not defined only by what it had. It was also defined by what it refused to abandon. Suddenly, the chamber lights changed again. A new message appeared on every display. The system had generated an additional evaluation phase. Daniel read the information and frowned. It is creating a new scenario. Sarah looked at Michael. Did the Academy plan this? Michael studied the message carefully. I do not think so. Then why is it happening? Michael looked toward the observation window above them. For a brief moment, he and Kale Varon looked directly at each other. Neither of them spoke, but both understood the same thing. The humans were not just taking the test anymore. The test was learning from them. And for the first time in the history of the Academy, the instructors were not certain they were the ones in control. The hardest lessons are rarely the ones where you are told what to do. They are the ones where nobody tells you anything at all. The new message on the chamber screens remained visible for several seconds, waiting for a response. Michael Carter looked at it carefully, studying every word. The Academy had removed the instructions. It had removed the obvious choices. Now it was testing something deeper. Decision-making without certainty. Sarah Mitchell stepped closer to the display. So what happens now? Michael looked around the chamber. We find out what the system thinks we should do. Daniel Brooks gave a small laugh. That sounds like a terrible plan. It is not a plan, Michael replied. It is an observation. Sarah looked at him. You always make things sound less stressful than they are. Michael glanced back at her. Stress does not help us solve problems. It was a simple answer, but but that was what made it difficult to understand. Other species in the academy had been trained to control fear through confidence. Humans controlled fear by accepting that things could go wrong and preparing anyway. It was not a lack of emotion. It was experience. On the observation platform, instructor Kale Varon watched the human team carefully. The more he observed them, the more he noticed the same pattern. They were constantly adjusting, constantly learning. They were not trying to overpower the situation. They were trying to understand it. Bring up their previous evaluations, Kale ordered. His assistant searched through the records. Michael Carter. Leadership score is high. Combat score is average. Physical endurance is above average, but not exceptional. Kale looked at the data, and yet he continues to make the correct decisions. According to our measurements, several other species scored higher. Kale nodded slowly. Numbers are useful, but numbers do not always explain behavior. Inside the chamber, the humans continued checking the environment. Daniel moved toward a damaged section of the training equipment. I found something strange. Michael approached. What? The system is not trying to complete the scenario. Sarah looked confused. Then what is it doing? Daniel looked at the readings. It is collecting information. A quiet moment passed. The idea was uncomfortable. The academy had created the simulation to evaluate students, not the other way around. Michael looked toward the ceiling cameras. It is adapting. Sarah crossed her arms. You think the system is learning from us? Yes. Is that a good thing? Michael considered the question. Depends on what it learns. Above them, Kale heard the answer. He remained silent, because for the first time, he had the same question. The galaxy had always studied humanity from a distance. It had measured their technology, their biology, and their history, but very few had studied the reason behind their choices. The reason a human firefighter entered a dangerous building. The reason a rescue worker stayed behind after everyone else left. The reason 6 cadets stood in a training chamber when everyone else ran. The answer was not because humans believed they could never fail. The answer was because humans understood that failure was sometimes the cost of not trying. The chamber shifted again. The walls adjusted. The floor markings changed. The simulation prepared a new challenge. Daniel looked at Michael. Any idea what comes next? Michael watched the environment transform around them. No. Sarah raised an eyebrow. That is not very reassuring. Michael looked at his team and gave a calm nod. It does not need to be reassuring. It just needs us to be ready. And somewhere above them, instructor Kale Varon realized the academy had created a test designed to measure courage. But the humans had revealed something much more difficult to measure. Commitment. The moment a team truly understands each other is the moment they stop needing to explain every decision. Michael Carter had always believed that. Not because humans were naturally better at teamwork, but because humans had spent centuries learning how to depend on one another when everything went wrong. Inside the academy chamber, the environment continued changing around the 6 human cadets. The walls shifted into a new configuration. The lights adjusted. The system created a completely different scenario from anything they had seen before. Sarah Mitchell watched the changes carefully. This is not a normal evaluation anymore. Michael nodded. No. It is trying to understand how we think. Daniel Brooks looked at the control panel. That is still a little unsettling. Probably, Michael replied. But we cannot control what the system does. We can only control how we respond. The answer sounded simple. Almost too simple. But Sarah had noticed something over the past year. Michael never wasted energy fighting things he could not change. He focused on what he could do next. That was what made him different from many of the other cadets. Some wanted recognition. Some wanted to prove they belonged. Michael just wanted everyone to make it home. On the observation platform, instructor Kale Varon watched the humans prepare. He expected them to create a defensive strategy based on their own survival. Instead, he saw them checking the condition of the environment and making sure the remaining simulated rescue points were still active. They are protecting the objectives, Kale said. His assistant looked surprised, even though they were never instructed to do so. Correct. Why? Kale looked at the display. Because they assumed someone might need those objectives later. The assistant was quiet. To many species, training meant completing assigned tasks. Humans seemed to understand something different. Training was preparation for situations where the instructions were no longer enough. Inside the chamber, Sarah noticed a signal appearing near the far side of the room. There is another group marker. Daniel checked the system. It is showing inactive cadets. Michael immediately looked toward the location. How far? About 120 feet. Sarah looked at him. The system could be creating another distraction. Michael nodded. It could. And if it is? Michael looked at the team. Then we learned that together. Sarah smiled slightly. You really do make everything sound easier than it is. No, Michael said. I just do not think making it harder helps. The team moved toward the marker. They did not rush. They did not panic. Every step was deliberate. Every decision had a purpose. Above them, Kale noticed something unexpected. The humans were not trying to beat the simulation. They were trying to understand what the simulation needed from them. That was a completely different approach. For the first time, Kale wondered if the academy had spent too much time teaching students how to survive challenges and not enough time teaching them why challenges existed. The chamber reached its next phase. The system displayed a final message across the walls. Evaluation parameter updated. Daniel looked at the words. Updated by who? Nobody answered. Michael looked upward toward the observation platform. He knew Instructor Kale was watching. He also knew the instructor was asking the same question. The humans had entered the chamber expecting a test. But somewhere along the way, something had changed. They were no longer proving that they could survive a difficult situation. They were showing what kind of people they became when survival was not the only thing that mattered. For the first time in decades, Instructor Kale Varon found himself waiting for a student to teach him something. The realization was uncomfortable, but he could not ignore it. Inside the academy chamber, Michael Carter and his team continued through the changing simulation with the same calm, focus they had shown from the beginning. They were not searching for an easy answer. They were searching for the right one. The inactive cadet markers remained on the display ahead of them. The system had created a new objective, but it had not explained why. Most students would have waited for instructions. The humans moved because they understood that waiting was also a choice. Sarah Mitchell looked at the marker again. You really think this is what the academy wants us to do? Michael adjusted the equipment on his wrist and nodded. I think the academy wants to see what we do when it does not tell us what to do. Daniel Brooks smiled slightly. That sounds like something an instructor would say. Michael looked at him. Maybe that means they are starting to understand us. The three of them continued forward, carefully observing every change around them. They checked the environment, reviewed the information available, and made sure nobody was left behind. There was no dramatic speech, no moment where they declared themselves better than anyone else. They simply followed the same principle they had followed since entering the chamber. Nobody gets forgotten. On the observation platform, Kale watched silently. His assistant looked at the screen and spoke softly. They are moving slower than the other cadets would. Kale nodded. Yes. Most species would consider that inefficient. Kale continued watching. Most species measure efficiency by speed. He paused. Humans measure it by outcome. The statement surprised even him. He had spent years teaching students to calculate risks, but the humans approached risk differently. They did not pretend danger was not real. They accepted that every decision had consequences. The difference was what they were willing to risk for others. Inside the chamber, the inactive markers changed location. Daniel noticed first. The system is moving them. Sarah looked confused. Why would it do that? Michael studied the display. Because it is adjusting based on our choices. So it is testing our reaction? Sarah asked. Michael nodded. Maybe. She looked at him. And what does it learn if we fail? Michael looked toward the new marker location. That we are not ready. And if we succeed? Michael was quiet for a moment. Then it learned something too. Above them, Kale heard the exchange. He realized something important. The humans were not obsessed with winning. They were focused on becoming better than they were before. That was a concept many civilizations struggled to understand. They believed strength came from superiority. Humans often found strength in improvement. The chamber lights softened as the final stage approached. The system displayed one final message. Instructor evaluation required. Kale froze. The assistant looked at him. It is asking for your assessment. Kale stared at the words. For the first time, the academy was not asking him to judge the students. It was asking him to judge the lesson. He looked down at Michael Carter and the other human cadets standing together in the center of the chamber. They were not the strongest students in the academy. They were not the fastest. They were not the most advanced. But when everyone else had followed the safest path, they had chosen the path that protected the people around them. Kale slowly reached for the evaluation console. And for the first time in his career, he did not know what score to give. Because the humans had not simply passed a test. They had changed the meaning of one. The greatest lessons are not always the ones written in a manual. Sometimes they are the ones people remember long after the classroom is empty. The final evaluation screen remained active above the academy chamber, waiting for instructor Cale Varon to make his decision. For several seconds, nobody moved. The entire observation platform was silent. The galaxy's most respected training academy had prepared Cale for countless situations, but not this one. He had expected to evaluate students. He had not expected the students to change the way he viewed training itself. Inside the chamber, Michael Carter stood with his team as the simulation slowly returned to normal. The shifting walls stopped. The warning lights faded. The pressure that had filled the room disappeared. After hours of uncertainty, the chamber finally became quiet. Sarah Mitchell looked around and let out a slow breath. "So that is it?" Daniel Brooks asked. "We are done." Michael looked toward the observation window. "I think the important part was never the simulation." Sarah looked at him. "What do you mean?" Michael took a moment before answering. "The system was never trying to find out if we could survive." He looked at the empty space where the other cadets had once stood. It was trying to find out what we would do when survival was not just about ourselves. Those words stayed with everyone who heard them. On the observation platform, Cale finally entered his evaluation. His assistant watched carefully as he typed. "Are you recording the results?" the assistant asked. Cale nodded. "Yes." "What will you write?" Cale looked down at the humans below. That they were not the strongest cadets in the academy. The assistant waited. Not the fastest. Not the most advanced. Not the most experienced. Cale paused. But when uncertainty appeared, they did not search for someone else to blame. They searched for someone who needed help. The assistant was quiet. It was a simple observation, but it carried more meaning than any ranking score. When the chamber doors finally opened, the human cadets walked out without celebration. No cheering. No demands for recognition. No need to prove they had been right. Michael simply looked back at the training room one last time. Cale approached them. For the first time since they met, the instructor did not look at them like students. He looked at them like equals. "I owe you an apology," Cale said. Michael seemed surprised. "For what?" Cale looked at the group. "For believing that courage meant having no fear." He glanced toward the chamber. "I was wrong." Michael nodded slowly. "Most people are when they first see us." Cale almost smiled. "And what should they understand?" Michael thought about the question. He could have given a powerful answer. He could have talked about humanity's strength or history or achievements. Instead, he simply said that we are not the people who never feel afraid. He looked back at his teammates. We are the people who decide what matters more than fear. Years later, that training exercise would become one of the most discussed moments in the Academy's history. Not because the humans defeated a challenge. Not because they proved they were better than anyone else. It was remembered because they showed something every species could understand. Strength was not always about standing above others. Sometimes strength was choosing to stand beside them when walking away would have been easier. And across the galaxy, whenever new cadets entered the academy for the first time, they were taught the same lesson. Not every warrior is remembered because they won. Some are remembered because when everyone else moved, they were the ones who stayed.
6 miles under the Pacific, something knocked on the hull of a United States Navy station, and it was not being polite. Sonar technician Danny Ford dropped his coffee. Master Chief Frank Doyle did not even blink. "They picked the wrong ocean," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Somewhere above them, a commander was already reaching for a phone he prayed he would never have to use. If you love a good underdog fight, hit that like button, subscribe so you don't miss what happens next, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Now let's dive into this journey, because 6 miles down, the aliens are about to learn why humans never explore the deep sea unarmed. Trident Station sat on the floor of the Mariana Trench like a steel tick clinging to the belly of the planet, humming quietly while the rest of the world slept above it. It was officially listed on Navy paperwork as an experimental deep-sea research and salvage outpost, and unofficially known by everyone stationed there as the Can, because living inside it for 6 months straight felt exactly like being sealed in one. Commander Jack Reynolds ran the place with the calm exhaustion of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by anything the ocean threw at him. He had survived typhoons, equipment failures, and one unforgettable week when the galley ran out of coffee, which nearly caused a mutiny. He liked his crew small, sharp, and a little bit strange, because normal people did not volunteer to live at the bottom of the sea. His sonar technician, Danny Ford, was 26 years old, sharp-eyed and permanently jittery from drinking more coffee than any human body was designed to process. His engineer, Pete Callahan, could fix almost anything with a wrench and a bad attitude. And then there was Master Chief Frank Doyle, a man built like a submarine hatch, who had been diving in hostile waters since before half the crew was born. Doyle did not talk much. When he did, people listened, mostly because he was terrifying and partly because he was usually right. The morning it all changed started like any other. Ford was watching the sonar display, half asleep, sipping his fourth cup of coffee, when a shape drifted across the return that should not have existed. It was smooth, symmetrical, and moving against the current, which meant it was not a whale, not a squid, and definitely not a rock formation. "Commander," Ford said, sitting up straight for the first time in an hour, "I've got something out there." "It's not marine life." Reynolds walked over, arms crossed, studying the blip crawling steadily closer. "Debris field, old sub-wreck?" "No, sir, it's moving on its own. And it's headed straight for us." Doyle appeared in the doorway without anyone hearing him come in, which he always seemed to manage despite being roughly the size of a small refrigerator. "Something's out there," he said flatly, "and it ain't Navy." Reynolds ordered the outer lights raised, and for a long, tense minute, nothing happened except the slow hiss of recycled air and the pounding of Ford's heart against his ribs. Then the object came into view outside the reinforced viewport, and every person in that room went completely silent. It was a probe, roughly the size of a delivery van, covered in strange plating that shimmered faintly even in the dim water, with 3 glowing sensor clusters that rotated slowly. Scanning the station from top to bottom like a curious tourist inspecting a museum exhibit. It made no attempt to communicate. It simply floated there, studying them. "That is not one of ours," Callahan said, stating the obvious with the particular tone of a man who desperately wished it wasn't true. Doyle stepped closer to the viewport, arms folded, watching the probe with the same expression he used when a rookie diver did something monumentally stupid. "Whatever that is," he said, "it thinks nobody's home down here." Reynolds keyed the comm to Pacific Fleet Command, requesting immediate identification on an unregistered object at their coordinates. The response took 11 minutes, an eternity when a hostile probe is parked outside your window, and when it finally came through, it offered no comfort at all. Nothing matching that description existed in any known inventory, allied or otherwise. That was when the probe extended a thin mechanical arm, pressed it against the station's outer hull, and began, very calmly, to cut through solid reinforced steel. Alarms tore through Trident Station, red light bathing every corridor, and for the first time in years, Jack Reynolds felt something he had almost forgotten the taste of: real fear. 6 miles beneath the surface, with nowhere to run and no one coming fast enough. Doyle grabbed the heaviest wrench off the tool rack like it was a butter knife. "Well," he said, cracking a small, dangerous grin, "guess it's time to say hello properly." Nobody in that station had any idea that this quiet, curious little probe was only the very first knock on the door, and that somewhere far above the waves. An entire alien fleet was about to learn a lesson the hard way about exactly what lived at the bottom of Earth's oceans. The cutting arm sliced halfway through the outer hull plate before Doyle reached it, and without a second of hesitation, he swung the wrench in a full arc and caved in the probe's sensor cluster like a tin can. Sparks sprayed through the water outside the viewport, and the mechanical arm jerked backward, retracting in what almost looked like surprise. "Report," Reynolds barked, watching pressure gauges climb toward levels nobody wanted to see. "Breach is minor, sir, we can patch it," Callahan shouted, already hauling a sealant kit toward the damaged section. But that thing wasn't just scanning us. It was trying to get inside. The wounded probe drifted backward, its remaining lights flickering erratically, then shot upward into the darkness and vanished. For a moment, everyone allowed themselves to believe the danger had passed. It had not. 20 minutes later, Ford's sonar display lit up with something far larger, far heavier, and moving with a discipline that told everyone in the room this was no accident and no coincidence. "Commander, I've got multiple contacts inbound, big ones in formation." Reynolds felt his stomach drop. "How many?" "I'm counting 6. No, wait, 8. They're spreading out around us." Doyle peered over Ford's shoulder at the display, jaw tightening. "That's not recon anymore. That's a landing party." Within minutes, massive shapes settled onto the sea floor surrounding Trident Station in a loose ring. Each one deploying stabilizing legs that dug into the silk like a spider taking up position.
Then it became a screaming wail that made
Then
Senior
one by
Monitor
one,
Vexolid jump
hatches
from her.
opened, and armored figures began emerging into the crushing black water, moving with the strange, gliding confidence of creatures who clearly believed they had nothing left to fear. The lead figure activated a translation device, and a cold, buzzing voice filled the station's outer hull sensors, easily picked up by the internal comm array.
Emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment. Every space emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment. Every space emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment. Every space emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment. Every space emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment.
"6 miles under the Pacific, from arrogance toward uncertainty." "New contact detected," a subordinate voice reported through the alien channel. "Mass and speed profile inconsistent with prior species assessment. Threat straightened, weapon systems already redirecting. Recalculate. Nothing this species possesses should challenge a conquered flagship." Whitfield brought Kraken 1 in low along the sea floor, using the trench's natural terrain for cover exactly as he had trained for, and when he finally rose up directly beneath one of the smaller landing craft, he drove a mechanical fist straight through its underside hull, with a force that sent alien troopers tumbling out into the crushing water in a chaotic cloud of bubbles and debris. Back inside Trident Station, Ford watched the exterior sensor feed with wide eyes as the enormous machine tore into the alien formation. "Sir," he said slowly, "I think we're winning." Doyle, still bleeding from a shallow cut along his forearm, allowed himself a short, satisfied laugh. "Kid," he said, "we haven't even started winning yet." Above them, Threx's flagship turned its full weapons array toward the approaching exosuit. And everyone watching knew the real fight had only just begun. Kraken 1 absorbed the first blast across its reinforced shoulder plating, staggering backward through a cloud of displaced silt, but it did not go down. Whitfield gritted his teeth against the jolt rattling through the cockpit and pushed the machine forward again, closing the distance before Threx's flagship could line up a second shot. Trident Station taking fire, but I'm still standing, Whitfield reported, voice tight with effort. This thing hits like a freight train. Copy, Kraken 1, Reynolds answered from the command deck, watching the exterior sensor feed with white-knuckled focus. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Threx's voice crackled furiously across the open channel, no longer sounding calm or amused. Impossible. No surface species deploys combat assets of this scale. Identify this weapon platform immediately. Whitfield keyed the translated channel himself, allowing a tired, confident grin to creep into his voice. Name's Kraken, Marshal. Figured somebody ought to introduce myself before I ruin your whole day. Threx ordered his remaining troops to converge. And armored Ithran soldiers swarmed toward the exosuit from multiple directions, weapons blazing pale streaks of light through the black water. Whitfield twisted the machine sideways, using its bulk as a shield, and swept one arm through the nearest cluster of troopers, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Inside Trident Station, the fight had not stopped either. A fresh wave of Ithran soldiers pushed through the weakened docking collar, and Doyle met them head-on in the narrow corridor. Spear gun discarded now in favor of a fire axe ripped straight off the emergency rack. "Chief, there's too many," Ford shouted, firing his sidearm until it clicked empty. "There's exactly enough," Doyle growled, swinging the axe with brutal precision. Catching an alien trooper across the chest plating hard enough to send him crashing backward into two others behind him. Callahan grabbed a fire extinguisher and blasted a cloud of freezing chemical directly into the advancing soldiers' sensor visors, and for a few precious seconds, half the boarding party stumbled around blind, swinging wildly at nothing. "Not exactly Navy issue tactics," Reynolds called out over the chaos, sealing another bulkhead behind the retreating aliens to buy his crew more time. "But I'll take it." Outside, the battle around Kraken 1 had grown desperate on both sides. Threx's flagship circled for another firing position, but Whitfield anticipated the move. Using the exosuit's thrusters to drop low along the trench floor and disappear into a cloud of churned silt before rising directly beneath the flagship's weakest structural point, right where its main weapon array connected to the hull. "Kraken 1, what's your status?" Reynolds asked, watching the sensor feed lose the exosuit's signal entirely in the murky cloud. Static answered him for 3 agonizing seconds. Then Whitfield's voice returned, strained but alive. "Status is, I'm about to make Marshal Threx very unhappy." With both mechanical arms braced against the flagship's undercarriage, Whitfield triggered the exosuit's full thruster output. Driving upward with every ounce of force the machine could generate, and the flagship's hull groaned under stress it had never been engineered to withstand from below. Threx's voice exploded across the alien channel, no longer composed at all. Structural failure imminent, evasive maneuvers immediately, but it was already too late. The weapon array tore loose from the hull in a violent spray of sparks and debris, crippling the flagship's primary offense in a single devastating strike, and the enormous vessel lurched sideways, venting atmosphere in thick silver bubbles that streamed upward through the black water like a wounded animal gasping for air. Inside Trident Station, the alarms briefly quieted as the boarding party, cut off from reinforcement and orders alike, hesitated in the corridor for the first time since the fight began. Doyle lowered his axe slightly, breathing hard, sweat and grime streaked across his face. "That's it," he said, watching the confusion ripple through the remaining troopers. "That's the moment. They're done." But 6 miles above, in the cold silence of open ocean, something far larger than Threx's flagship was already descending toward Trident Station. Drawn by the distress, calls now crackling across every frequency the Ithran conquered possessed, and the true final battle for the deep sea had not even begun yet. The remaining boarding party inside Trident Station finally broke, retreating back through the shattered docking collar in a disorganized scramble. Several of them abandoning weapons entirely in their haste to escape the axe-wielding Master Chief who had, by this point, earned a reputation among the survivors that would follow the conquered for generations. "They're falling back," Callahan shouted, coughing through a haze of extinguisher chemical and smoke. "Seal that collar the second the last one's through," Reynolds ordered, already moving toward the command deck to check on Whitfield's status. "Ford, get me eyes outside now." Ford's hands were still shaking, but he pulled up the exterior sensor feed anyway, and what appeared on it made his stomach drop all over again. Threx's crippled flagship was retreating upward, venting atmosphere and trailing debris, but behind it, descending slowly from the darkness above, was something enormous. A vessel dwarfing everything the Concord had brought so far, its hull lined with weapon batteries that made the flagship look like a child's toy by comparison. "Sir," Ford said quietly, "I don't think that's a rescue ship." Reynolds stared at the display, jaw tightening. "Command, this is Trident Station. We have a massive contact inbound, and it looks like the real fight just showed up." Whitfield's voice cut through the tension, tired but steady. "I see it too. That thing's twice the size of anything we've fought so far." A new voice emerged over the alien channel then, deeper and colder than Threx's had ever been, carrying the unmistakable weight of actual command authority. "This is Grand Marshal Vesic of the Ithran Concord Expeditionary Fleet. Your defiance has cost this operation considerable resources. That ends now." Doyle, limping slightly from a bruised leg but very much still standing, leaned toward the nearest comm panel. "You Concord folks sure do love giving speeches before you lose." Vesic's flagship opened fire without further warning, unleashing a barrage that lit up the black water in a blinding wall of energy, forcing Whitfield to throw Kraken 1 into a desperate evasive roll along the trench floor. Debris and silt exploding around the exosuit as blast after blast tore into the seabed, where he had been standing seconds earlier. "I can't take a direct hit from that thing," Whitfield reported, voice tight with strain. "One clean shot and I'm done," Reynolds thought fast, scanning every system readout still active on the station. "Whitfield, listen to me. Trident Station has an emergency ballast system built for controlled seismic testing. If we vent it all at once near their position, we can kick up enough silt and shockwave to blind their targeting completely." "That's a hell of a gamble, Commander," Whitfield answered. "It's the only card we've got left," Reynolds said. "Doyle, get to the ballast controls. Ford, target their exact position and feed it to Whitfield the second we blow it." Doyle moved fast for a man his size, reaching the emergency control panel and slamming the override sequence while Callahan braced the failing support strut nearby, praying it held one more time. Ford fed coordinates to Whitfield with steady hands now, the earlier panic burned away by pure necessity. "On my mark," Reynolds said, watching Vesic's flagship line up its next devastating shot. 3, 2, 1, blow it." Doyle slammed the release, and Trident Station's ballast tanks vented in a massive, thunderous shockwave that tore through the black water, throwing up an enormous wall of churned silt and debris directly across Vesic's targeting sensors. The flagship's next volley fired blind, missing Kraken 1 entirely and scoring a glancing blow across its own escort vessel instead. Whitfield seized the opening without hesitation, driving Kraken 1 straight through the chaos and slamming both mechanical fists directly into the flagship's primary sensor, array with everything the exosuit had left to give. Sparks exploded outward, and the massive vessel's weapon systems flickered and died in a cascading failure that spread across its entire hull. Vesic's voice returned to the channel, no longer commanding, no longer cold, carrying instead the unmistakable tone of a commander realizing he had badly misjudged everything about this world. "Sensor and weapon systems critical. Withdraw remaining forces immediately." Threx's damaged flagship and Vesic's crippled command vessel both began a slow, humiliating retreat upward through the black water, abandoning the scattered wreckage of landing craft and troopers still drifting near Trident Station's damaged hull. Inside the command deck, Reynolds finally allowed himself to exhale, watching the alien contacts fade from the sonar display one by one. "Kraken 1, status report." Whitfield's voice came back, exhausted but unmistakably proud. "Banged up, Commander, but Kraken's still standing." "And so is your station." Doyle wiped grime from his face and managed a tired, satisfied grin. "Guess the Navy's got a new record now," he said. "First time anybody's ever thrown an alien fleet off American property using a seismic testing system and a bad attitude." By the time Pacific Fleet Command's rescue vessels finally reached Trident Station, The water around it had gone quiet again, littered only with scattered wreckage and the slow drift of abandoned alien equipment settling into the silt. Commander Jack Reynolds stood at the damaged docking collar, watching the recovery teams pull in the last of the debris, and felt the particular exhaustion of a man who had just survived something no Navy manual had ever prepared him for. Master Chief Frank Doyle sat nearby on an overturned equipment crate, nursing a cup of coffee that tasted burnt and lukewarm, and was, in his opinion, the best cup of coffee he had ever had in his life. Senior Chief Marcus Whitfield climbed out of Kraken One's battered cockpit, helmet tucked under one arm, grinning despite a fresh bruise blooming along his jaw. "You know," Whitfield said, dropping onto the crate beside Doyle, "when they told me I'd be piloting an experimental deep-sea combat suit, I figured worst-case scenario was a training accident. Nobody mentioned actual alien invasion." Doyle handed him the coffee without a word, and Whitfield accepted it gratefully. Danny Ford leaned against the sonar console, still slightly pale but grinning now, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. "Chief, is it always like this down here? First time for everything, kid," Doyle said. "Ask me again in 6 months," Pete Callahan wandered past, already assessing the hull damage with the tired satisfaction of a man who knew he had weeks of repair work ahead of him and did not particularly mind. "Structural integrity's holding," he reported to Reynolds. "We'll need a full refit, but she'll live." Reynolds nodded, watching the recovery ships above finish sweeping the debris field. "Command's going to want a full report on this. I have a feeling nobody up top is going to believe half of it." 3 weeks later, a formal Navy inquiry was filed, and true to Reynolds' prediction, several senior officers openly questioned whether Trident Station's crew had experienced some kind of shared deep-sea delusion. Right up until recovered alien wreckage was quietly transferred to a research facility for study, at which point the tone of every meeting changed rather quickly. Pacific Fleet Command classified the entire event, publicly listing it only as an unscheduled seismic testing incident with minor equipment damage. Doyle found that description particularly funny and made sure to repeat it every chance he got. The Ithran Concord filed their own report far above the waves, though it took considerably longer to complete. Since Fleet Marshal Threx spent most of that time explaining to his superiors why a supposedly primitive surface species had crippled 2 Concord vessels using what their own sensors eventually identified only as a large armored diving suit and an underwater seismic device. Grand Marshal Vesick's account of the engagement was even shorter, consisting mostly of a single updated advisory quietly added to Concord's survey logs, warning all future expeditions that Earth's oceans were, contrary to prior assessment, very much occupied, very well defended, and not worth the trouble. Back at Trident Station, repairs moved quickly, and within 2 months the outpost was fully operational again, its damaged docking collar reinforced, its ballast system upgraded, and a brand new plaque mounted proudly near the command deck reading, in simple stenciled letters, "Home of the Kraken." Whitfield insisted on hanging it himself, and Doyle insisted on being the one to hold the ladder, mostly so he could take credit for it later. Reynolds stood beneath that plaque one quiet evening, looking out through the reinforced viewport at the dark, endless water beyond, and found himself smiling despite everything the last few months had cost him. 6 miles down, in the crushing black silence of the deep sea, a small crew of ordinary sailors had faced down an alien fleet that assumed Earth's oceans were empty, undefended, and easy pickings, and had proven beyond any doubt exactly how wrong that assumption was. Doyle joined him at the viewport a moment later, coffee in hand as always, watching the same dark water with the calm confidence of a man who had already decided nothing down here could surprise him anymore. "Reckon they'll be back?" Ford asked from behind them, still a little nervous even now. Doyle took a slow sip of his coffee and shrugged. "Let them come," he said. "The Kraken's not going anywhere." If you enjoyed watching the U.S. Navy remind an alien fleet exactly why nobody messes with the deep sea, make sure to like this video, subscribe for the next chapter, and drop a comment telling me what you want Doyle and the crew of Trident Station to face next. Share this with anybody who loves a good underdog story. because the ocean has plenty more secrets left to tell.
The council chamber smelled of ozone and old metal, and the noise inside it was the sound of laughter that did not belong to humans. 9 species sat around a curved table shaped like a broken ring, their bodies stretched, folded, or coiled into chairs built for shapes far from human. At the center of the ring hung a slow-spinning hologram of a black structure, ancient beyond record, drifting near a dead star at the edge of known space. The structure had sent a signal 3 days ago. One single word, repeated in every language the galaxy had ever recorded: come. No one had been able to open it in 10,000 years. Ships that got too close simply stopped working. Probes went silent. Even the boldest explorers of the oldest species had tried and failed and never returned. And now, without warning, it had spoken. Counselor Braxis rose from his seat, his long gray limbs unfolding like a spider testing its web. He was Threnid, one of the oldest and proudest species in the galaxy, and he had sat on this council for over 300 years. He looked around at the other delegates with the calm satisfaction of someone who already knew what he wanted to say. The Vault has never accepted an emissary, he said, his voice carrying easily through the chamber. Not from us, not from the Ordon, not from the Silk Choir. It has rejected every species that calls itself great. So I propose we send it something it has never seen before. Something so far beneath its notice that its ancient defenses will not even bother to react. A ripple of amusement moved through the chamber. Everyone already knew who he meant. The humans, Braxis said, and the room broke into open laughter. A species barely out of its own solar system. No war fleet worth mentioning. No technology of note. They have been knocking on our door for 2 centuries asking to be taken seriously. Let us finally give them the attention they crave. Let us send one of them to the Vault alone, and let history remember it as the moment humanity proved itself either brave or foolish. Either way, we lose nothing. The Ordon delegate, a heavy creature with plaited skin, rumbled with laughter so hard the table shook. A single human, unarmed, untrained. I would pay to see the look on their faces when it happens. Director Voss was the only human in the room, seated in the small observer's chair reserved for species without full council rights. She stood immediately, her jaw tight. "This is not diplomacy," she said. "This is an execution dressed up as an honor. You are sending someone to die for your entertainment." "No one is forcing your species to accept," Braxis said smoothly. "But refusal will be noted. Humanity has asked for a seat at this table for years. Here is your chance to prove you deserve one. Send someone, or admit you never belonged here at all." Voss wanted to argue further, but she knew the vote was already decided before she had walked in. The council was not asking permission. It was informing her of a decision already made, wrapped in the illusion of choice. She sat back down, her hands clenched, already thinking of who back home she would have to call. Far away, on a modest human colony station orbiting a quiet yellow star, the request arrived through official channels with none of the drama of the council chamber. It came as a data packet, stamped with priority codes and vague language about diplomatic opportunity. The station administrator read it twice before passing it down to personnel selection, who ran it through the usual system. Available staff, no active family dependents, no critical role that could not be temporarily filled. The system returned one name almost immediately. Daniel Hale, 34 years old, station maintenance technician, unmarried, competent, unremarkable. He had spent the last 6 years fixing air recyclers, replacing burnt wiring, and keeping the station's aging systems from falling apart. He was not a soldier. He was not a diplomat. He was, by every measure the council cared about, exactly the kind of nobody they wanted. When the summons reached him, Daniel was halfway through repairing a coolant valve in the lower maintenance deck, grease on his hands and sweat on his brow from the heat of the machinery around him. His supervisor read him the message aloud, stumbling slightly over the strange alien terms, then looked at him with an expression somewhere between pity and disbelief. They want you to go to some ancient structure at the edge of nowhere, his supervisor said. Alone, as some kind of ambassador. Daniel wiped his hands on a rag and looked at the tangled coolant lines above him, thinking of nothing in particular. He was not important. He knew that. He had never been anyone's first choice for anything in his life, and there was a strange, quiet kind of peace in that fact. No one expected much from him, which meant no one would be devastated if things went wrong. "When do I leave?" he said, not really a question. His supervisor blinked, clearly expecting more resistance. "You're actually going to do this." Daniel shrugged and closed the access panel above him, sealing the valve back into place. Somebody has to. Might as well be someone nobody will miss. He did not know, as he said those words, how wrong he was about to be proven. He did not know that somewhere at the edge of the galaxy, a structure older than every civilization currently alive was already stirring, its system slowly waking from a sleep of 10,000 years, called awake not by the Council's arrogance, but by something far older, far deeper, and far more personal than anyone in that laughing chamber could have imagined. He packed a single bag that evening, 2 changes of clothes, an old multi-tool his father had given him, and nothing else. There was no ceremony, no crowd to see him off, just a quiet ride to the transport dock and a ship full of strangers waiting to take him somewhere he was never meant to return from. The transport ship was not built for human comfort. Its corridors curved at strange angles. Its air carried a faint chemical smell that made Daniel's eyes water for the first hour, and its gravity sat just slightly wrong, heavy in a way that made his knees ache by the second day. No one had bothered to adjust anything for him. He was cargo, not a guest, and the crew made sure he understood the difference. There were 6 of them, all threned, all long-limbed and quiet in their movements, speaking to each other in low clicks and murmurs that the ship's translator caught only in fragments. They did not speak to Daniel directly unless they had to. When they did, it was with the exaggerated patience people use with something they do not expect to understand them. He was given a small storage room to sleep in, barely large enough for the cot they had installed, and left alone for most of the journey. He did not mind the silence. He spent most of his time going over the small tablet they had given him, filled with fragments of information about the vault, its estimated age, the list of species that had failed to approach it, the strange fact that no weapon, no probe, and no message had ever produced a response from it before now. He read the same reports twice, then set the tablet aside and looked out the narrow viewport instead, watching the stars shift slowly as the ship carried him further from everything he had ever known. On the 3rd day, one of the crew finally came to speak with him. She was smaller than the others, with pale markings along her jaw that seemed to shift color slightly depending on the light. Her name, translated roughly, meant something like second voice, and she seemed to carry a rank just below the ship's captain. "You do not ask questions," she said, standing in the doorway of his small room. "The others expected you to beg, or cry, or demand to be taken home." Daniel looked up from the tablet. "Would it change anything if I did?" "No," she admitted. "Then there's no point," he said, and went back to reading. She studied him for a long moment, her head tilting slightly in a way that on her species seemed to indicate confusion. "You understand what is waiting for you. Every ship that has approached the vault has failed. Every emissary from every species has failed. You will very likely die there alone, with no one watching except us from a very safe distance." "I know," Daniel said simply. "And that does not frighten you." Daniel set the tablet down and thought about the question honestly, the way he tried to think about most things. "I've spent most of my life being the person nobody notices, fixing things nobody thanks you for. If I go out there and something happens, at least it'll be because I did something that mattered for once. That's not nothing." She left without another word, but Daniel noticed she returned twice more over the following days, always with some small excuse. Always watching him with an expression he could not quite translate. He did not think much of it. He had more pressing things occupying his mind, namely the slow, creeping realization of just how far from home he now was. By the 5th day, the crew's quiet mockery had turned into something closer to a running game. He caught fragments of their conversations through the ship's translator, half garbled but clear enough to understand the shape of it. Bets were being placed. How long would he last once he entered the vault? 10 minutes, 30 seconds. Some said he would not even make it through the outer doors before the ancient defenses erased him entirely. Nobody wagered that he would survive. Daniel said nothing when he overheard this. There was no use arguing with people who had already decided the outcome before it happened. Instead, he spent his final day on the ship checking over the small multi-tool his father had left him. An old, battered thing with a dozen attachments and a worn wooden handle, completely useless against anything the vault might throw at him, and utterly precious to him anyway. It was the only piece of home he had brought. The ship dropped out of its final jump on the 6th day, and the viewport filled with a sight that made even the season-threaded crew fall silent. The vault hung against the black of space like a wound in the fabric of the galaxy itself, vast and dark, its surface marked with lines of dormant light that pulsed faintly, like something breathing in its sleep. It orbited a dead star that gave off no warmth, no light of its own, as if the vault had chosen that dying place deliberately to be left alone forever. There was no formal goodbye, no handshake, no well wishes. The crew simply guided the ship to a safe distance, far enough that their scanners would not trigger whatever defenses waited inside, and opened the small shuttle bay that would carry Daniel the rest of the way alone. Second Voice found him one last time as he stepped toward the shuttle, his single bag slung over his shoulder. She said nothing at first, simply studying his face the way she had throughout the journey, as if trying to solve something she could not name. "Whatever you are," she finally said, "I do not think you are what the Council believes you to be." Daniel offered her a small, tired smile. "Neither do I guess we're both about to find out." He boarded the shuttle without looking back, and as the small craft detached from the ship and began its slow, silent descent toward the ancient structure waiting below, Daniel Hale watched the vault grow larger in the viewport, feeling, for the first time in his ordinary life, that he was about to become something he did not yet have a name for. The shuttle door hissed open onto a landing platform that had not felt weight in 10,000 years, and dust older than human civilization drifted up around Daniel's boots as he stepped out. The silence here was different from the silence of the ship. It was heavier, older, the kind of quiet that seemed to remember things. He stood still for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the strange gray light that came from nowhere in particular, and looked up at the entrance towering above him. The doors were vast, twice the height of anything he had ever seen built by human or alien hands, carved from a black material that swallowed light rather than reflecting it. There were no markings on them, no symbols, nothing that looked like the technology he had read about in the tablet's reports. They looked less like a door and more like a wound sealed shut, waiting to be reopened. Behind him, far above in orbit, the threnoded ship watched from a careful distance, its scanners recording everything, its crew no doubt still placing final bets on how quickly this would end. Daniel did not look back at them. He adjusted the strap of his bag, felt the small weight of his father's multi-tool in his pocket, and walked forward. The doors opened before he reached them. There was no grinding of ancient machinery, no dramatic burst of light or sound. They simply parted, silently, smoothly, as if they had been waiting for exactly this moment and needed no announcement to mark it. Daniel stopped mid-stride, his heart suddenly loud in his own ears. Every report he had read said the vault had never opened for anyone. Not for the threnoded, not for the Ordon, not for any of the great old species that had tried in the 10,000 years since it first appeared. It had opened for him before he had even touched it. He stepped inside, and the doors closed behind him with the same silent ease, sealing him into darkness that lasted only a heartbeat before the walls themselves began to glow, faint lines of light tracing upward along the corridor like veins waking beneath skin. The light was cold and pale, but it was enough to see by, and it grew brighter with every step he took, as though the structure itself was slowly opening its eyes. The corridor stretched on longer than seemed possible from the outside, lined with alcoves holding shapes he could not identify, tall, silent forms wrapped in dust and shadow that might have been statues or machines or something else entirely. He walked past them slowly, careful not to touch anything, acutely aware of how small he was inside this place, how utterly alone. Then the humming began. It started faint, almost imagined, a low vibration beneath his feet that grew steadily into something he could feel in his chest. Panels along the walls flickered to life one after another, spreading down the corridor ahead of him like a wave of light chasing away the dark. Somewhere deep within the structure, something vast was waking up, and Daniel had the distinct, uncomfortable feeling that it was waking up specifically because of him. He kept walking because there was nothing else to do. Turning back was not an option even if he had wanted to. The doors behind him had already sealed shut, and something told him they would not open again until whatever was happening here had finished happening. The corridor opened into a massive chamber, so large the light did not reach its distant ceiling. In the center stood a single raised platform, and above it hovered something that was not quite a hologram and not quite solid light, a shifting core of pale blue energy pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. Daniel stopped at the edge of the chamber, his breath caught in his throat. The voice, when it came, filled the entire chamber without seeming to come from any single direction. It was neither loud nor soft, neither warm nor cold, but something in between, carrying a weight of age that Daniel could feel pressing against his skin. "After so long," the voice said, in perfect, unaccented human speech that should not have been possible for a structure sealed away for 10,000 years, "I did not expect the door to open for someone like you." Daniel forced his voice steady, though his hands were not. "Someone like me." The core of light pulsed brighter, and the platform beneath it shifted, revealing lines of ancient symbols across its surface, glowing faintly to match the rhythm of the voice. "I have been waiting a very long time," it continued. "I have watched 1,000 ships approach this place and turn back, or be turned back, because none of them carried what I was built to recognize. I began to believe I would wait until this star finally died and took me with it." "Recognize?" Daniel asked, taking a small step closer despite every instinct telling him to stay still. "Recognize what?" The light dimmed slightly, and when it spoke again, the voice carried something Daniel had not expected to hear from an ancient machine buried at the edge of the galaxy. It sounded almost like relief. "You," it said simply, "I recognize you." Daniel felt the floor of the chamber hum beneath his boots as more lights along the walls flared to life, spreading outward through the structure in a wave that seemed to be reaching far beyond just this one chamber, as if the entire vault, and perhaps something far larger than the vault, was beginning to stir awake after a sleep that had lasted since before humanity had learned to build fire. "I do not understand," Daniel said quietly, and it was the most honest sentence he had spoken since leaving home. "You will," the voice answered, "but first you should know my name. I was called many things in the old tongue and the languages that have since turned to dust, but you may call me Oracle, and you, Daniel, hail of a species your council believes to be nothing. You are the reason I still exist." The chamber pulsed once more with light, brighter than before, and somewhere far above in orbit, the threnoded ship's instruments began screaming warnings that none of its crew understood, as power readings older than their civilization began climbing across a structure that, until moments ago, they had believed to be nothing more than a dead relic waiting to swallow one more fool. Daniel sat down on the cold floor of the chamber because his legs had stopped fully trusting him to stand. The pulsing light above the platform seemed to understand, dimming slightly, softening, as if trying not to overwhelm him further than it already had. "You said I'm the reason you still exist," Daniel said. "I don't even know what you are. I've never seen anything like this place in my life." "That is not surprising," Oracle said. "Your people were not meant to remember any of this. That was the point." "Remember what?" The light above the platform shifted, and the walls of the chamber changed with it, the cold stone surfaces dissolving into something closer to a projection, images forming in the air around Daniel like ghosts pulled from an impossibly deep memory. He saw stars, more stars than he could count, and among them, worlds glowing with cities of light, structures far more advanced than anything the current galaxy had built. An entire civilization spread across 1,000 systems like a web of quiet fire. Long before the Threnid built their first ship, Oracle said, before the Orden crawled from their oceans, before any species now sitting on that council learned to look up at their own sky and wonder, there was a civilization that spanned much of this galaxy. They were not gods. They were not perfect, but they were old, and they were wise enough to know that nothing lasts forever. The images shifted again, and Daniel watched entire star systems dim, one after another, some kind of slow catastrophe spreading through the projection like ink in water, worlds going dark, cities falling silent. A collapse came, Oracle continued, its voice carrying something that for a machine sounded remarkably close to grief. Not war, not invasion, something structural, something in the very fabric of how they had built their civilization, a flaw grown too deep to fix in time. They saw it coming decades before it arrived, and they made a choice. Rather than let their knowledge and their bloodline vanish entirely, they scattered. Scattered where? Daniel asked, though some quiet part of him was already beginning to guess. Across countless worlds, Oracle said. Seated quietly, deliberately, stripped of memory, stripped of technology, left to grow again from nothing, so that whatever came after them would not carry the same flaw that destroyed the first civilization. Vaults like this one were built to wait, to watch, to recognize when the time was right, whether any of those scattered seeds had grown into something worth reconnecting to what was lost. Daniel felt something cold settle in his stomach. You're saying humans came from them, from this old civilization. I am saying your species is not new, Oracle said. You believe yourselves young because your written history is short, because your cities are recent, because you only recently learned to leave your own solar system. But your bodies, your minds, carry markers far older than your histories admit. Markers that were placed deliberately, so that vaults like myself would know you when the time came. That's insane, Daniel whispered. But even as he said it, fragments of half-remembered facts rose in his mind. Oddities in human biology that scientists had never fully explained. Strange genetic sequences that did nothing, served no purpose anyone could identify, dismissed for centuries as evolutionary leftovers. He had read about them once idly, in some documentary he barely remembered. The council sent you here as an insult, Oracle said. A joke, meant to humiliate your species and end your persistent request for recognition. They believed correctly that no ordinary being could survive what waits within these walls. What they did not know, because they never bothered to look closely at the species they mock, is that they had, entirely by accident, selected the one being on your entire world capable of standing exactly where you are standing now. Daniel's mind raced, trying and failing to fit this new reality into anything familiar. Why me, though? Out of everyone on that station, why did it have to be me? The council's selection system searched for someone disposable, Oracle said. Someone unmarried, without dependence, without importance. What it could not measure, because no one has ever measured it, was the marker buried within you. The genetic thread connecting you to the ones who built this place. It is rare, Daniel Hale. Rarer than your council will ever understand. Their carelessness, their arrogance, led them directly to the one thread among billions that this vault was built to find. The images around them shifted one final time, showing the vault itself as it had once looked, whole and bright. Surrounded by a fleet of ships bearing symbols, Daniel did not recognize, but somehow, strangely, felt he should. What happens now? Daniel asked quietly. Now, Oracle said, and the platform beneath the pulsing light began to hum with rising power. I do what I was built to do. I open what was sealed. I share what was hidden. And I make certain that this time, when you and your people rise, you rise remembering exactly what you are, instead of being told what you are by those who never understood you in the first place. Far above, in orbit, the Threnid crew watched their instruments in growing alarm as the vault's power signature climbed past anything their sensors had ever recorded from a single structure, spreading outward in a slow pulse that their systems could not explain and could not stop. A wave of energy expanding silently through the dark toward the edges of known space, toward old, buried systems long thought dead, waking them, one by one. Like a heartbeat finally returning to a body that had been asleep for 10,000 years, alarms filled the bridge of the Threnid ship, a sound none of the crew had heard outside of training simulations. Second voice gripped the edge of her console as the readings in front of her climbed past every safe threshold the ship's systems recognized, numbers rising so quickly that the display struggled to keep pace. "That is not possible," the ship's captain said, staring at the same numbers with something close to fear crossing his usually calm face. "That structure has been dead for 10,000 years. Nothing should be drawing that much power." "It is not dead now," second voice said quietly. Across known space, other vessels were beginning to notice it too. Sensor arrays on a dozen worlds picked up the same strange pulse spreading outward from the edge of the galaxy, faint at first, then unmistakable, a wave of energy moving through old subspace channels that had not carried a signal in longer than any current civilization had existed. On distant, forgotten worlds, structures long buried beneath sand and ice, and centuries of neglect stirred faintly in response, small lights flickering on in places no living being had visited in millennia. The council chamber, still buzzing with the satisfied afterglow of their earlier joke, fell into stunned silence when the first reports arrived. Counselor Braxis stood at the center of the ring, staring at a live feed of the vault's power readings, his earlier amusement draining slowly from his long gray features. "This is a malfunction," he said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "A final defense mechanism, nothing more. The human will be dead within the hour, and this will settle back into silence as it always has." "And if it does not?" asked the Ordon delegate, his earlier laughter entirely gone now, replaced by something wary and calculating. Braxis did not answer immediately. He did not have one. Director Voss watched the same feed from the human observation deck, her hands trembling slightly as she reviewed the numbers scrolling across her screen. She had spent years trying to convince this council that humanity deserved to be taken seriously, arguing, negotiating, absorbing insult after insult with practiced patience. She had never expected the proof to come like this, wrapped in a joke that had clearly, catastrophically backfired. She reached for the priority comm line back to Earth, her voice tight with urgency. "This is Director Voss. I need you to get a message to the Council of Nations immediately. Something has happened at the vault, something big. I don't fully understand it yet, but I think it involves us, all of us. Prepare for anything." Back within the chamber, Daniel felt the floor beneath him vibrate steadily as more of the vault's systems came fully online. A low thrum spreading through the structure like a great, slow heartbeat, finally finding its rhythm again after 10,000 years of silence. Oracle's light had grown brighter, steadier, no longer flickering with the uncertainty it had shown when Daniel first arrived. "They will not simply let this happen," Oracle said, seeming to sense the shift in the mood of the fleet watching from orbit. "The Council fears what it cannot control, and what has just awakened here is far beyond their control." "What do you mean?" Daniel asked, standing again, his legs steadier now, though his mind was still reeling from everything he had learned. "I mean," Oracle said, "that within the hour that ship above us will receive orders. Some among the Council will argue for retreat. Others, driven by fear or greed, will argue that this vault, and everything connected to it, should be seized or destroyed before your species can claim what is rightfully yours. History rarely rewards patience when power is involved. Daniel felt a cold weight settle over him, different from the fear he had carried walking into the vault. This was not fear for himself anymore. It was fear for what came after, for the small colony station he had left behind, for Director Voss and every other human caught unaware in the middle of a decision made by people who had never once asked what humanity actually wanted. "Can they hurt us?" he asked. "The people back home, I mean. If this council decides we're a threat now instead of a joke." "They can try," Oracle said, and for the first time, something in its voice shifted toward something closer to resolve. "But you should understand, Daniel Hale, what you stand within right now is not merely a vault of memories. It is a seed of something far greater, something built by a civilization whose reach once spanned this entire galaxy. I was not simply built to recognize you. I was built to protect what you represent, should the day ever come that protection was needed." Above, the debate in the council chamber had turned sharp and fractured, voices rising over one another as delegates argued over what to do about a threat none of them fully understood. Braxis, sensing the room slipping from his control, made a decision born more from wounded pride than careful strategy. "Send the order," he said finally, his voice cutting through the noise. "Tell the fleet to move in. If the vault will not surrender its secrets willingly, we will take them by force, before the humans can claim something they do not even understand yet." Aboard the ship in orbit, Second Voice received the order with a tightness in her chest she had not expected to feel. She looked toward the viewport, toward the vault glowing steadily brighter against the black of space, and thought of the quiet, unremarkable human she had spoken to during the long journey here, the one who had said, without a trace of fear, that he simply wanted to matter for once. She had a growing feeling, watching those lights pulse steadily below, that he was about to matter more than any of them had ever imagined possible. "Fleet is moving into position," the captain announced grimly, and across the bridge, every crew member braced themselves for what would come next, uncertain whether they were about to witness the destruction of an ancient relic, or the beginning of something the galaxy would never be able to undo. The fleet moved in formation across the dark, a dozen ships breaking away from their gathering point to close the distance toward the vault, weapons systems warming with a low, steady glow along their hulls. Second Voice stood at her post, watching the numbers tick down on the display, feeling the tension of the bridge pressing against her chest like a physical weight. Inside the vault, Daniel felt the shift in the air before Oracle spoke a word, a subtle change in the hum beneath his feet, as if the entire structure had drawn in a breath. "They are coming," Oracle said calmly. "Can you stop them?" Daniel asked, his voice steadier than he expected it to be, given everything that had happened in the last hour. "I was built for far more than defense," Oracle said, "but I would rather show you than tell you. Come." The platform beneath the pulsing light extended outward, forming a walkway that led toward a section of the chamber Daniel had not noticed before, a section of wall that now split open silently, revealing a smaller room beyond, lined with symbols that glowed faintly gold rather than the pale blue of everything else in the vault. At its center stood a single, simple chair, facing outward toward what looked like a vast window, though Daniel suspected it was something closer to a screen. "What is this?" he asked, stepping inside. "A place for the one who was recognized," Oracle said. "Sit, Daniel Hale, and watch." He sat, uncertain, and the moment he did, the window before him filled with a view of open space, the approaching fleet rendered in sharp, impossible clarity, close enough that he could see individual ships breaking formation to circle the vault from multiple angles. Above, aboard the lead ship, Braxis watched the same fleet close in with grim satisfaction, already composing in his mind the announcement he would make to the council once this was finished, once the vault's secrets belonged to the Threnid alone. That satisfaction lasted exactly as long as it took for the first ship's weapons to fire. The shot never reached its target. A pale, shifting field of light bloomed silently around the vault, catching the burst of energy and simply absorbing it, the light rippling outward like water disturbed by a stone, and fading without so much as a scorch mark on the structure's ancient surface. "Fire again," Braxis snapped, and the fleet obeyed, a dozen weapons discharging at once in a coordinated barrage meant to overwhelm any single shield. The result was the same. The light bloomed, absorbed, faded, and the vault continued to sit exactly where it had always been, entirely unbothered. Inside, Daniel watched the entire exchange from his seat, his hands gripping the armrests despite Oracle's evident calm. "They're not stopping." "They will," Oracle said simply, and the light around the vault shifted, no longer merely defensive. Threads of pale energy extended outward from the structure's surface, reaching toward the fleet's engines and weapon systems with slow, deliberate precision, not to destroy, but to still. One by one, the ships in the fleet found their systems locking, weapons going dark, engines idling against their crew's protests, held in place by something none of their scanners could even properly detect. On the bridge of the lead ship, Braxis stared in mounting horror as his own console refused every command he gave it. The ship rendered utterly harmless without a single hull breach, without a single life lost. It was not an attack. It was a correction, calm and absolute, delivered by something that no longer feared the fleet sent against it. Then Oracle's voice reached every ship in the fleet at once, carried through channels their own systems could not explain, filling their bridges with words spoken in every language present among them, calm, clear, and utterly without anger. "You came to seize what you do not understand," Oracle said. "I will not destroy you for that mistake, but I will remind you of something your council seems to have forgotten in its haste to mock those it considers beneath it. This vault, and everything connected to it, was never yours to claim. It was built for those who came from the ones who built it. You may return to your council and tell them exactly what you have seen here today." The image shifted then, and Daniel realized with a jolt that Oracle was allowing him to be seen. His own face now displayed across every bridge in the fleet, calm and steady despite everything he had endured in the last few hours. "My name is Daniel Hale," he said, finding his voice with a steadiness that surprised even himself. "Your council sent me here as a joke. They wanted to prove my species didn't matter. Instead, they proved something they never expected. We were never as small as you thought. We just never knew it about ourselves either." Braxis said nothing, staring at the screen with an expression Daniel could not read from this distance, somewhere between disbelief and dawning, uncomfortable understanding. The fleet withdrew within the hour, their systems finally released, their pride considerably smaller than when they had arrived. Within days, the story spread across every world connected to the council, twisted and reshaped by rumor into a dozen different versions, but the core of it remained the same. The vault no one could open had opened for a single, ordinary human, and the ancient intelligence within it had called him something no one had expected to hear. Daniel returned to human space 3 weeks later, aboard a ship that treated him with a very different kind of respect than the one that had carried him away. Director Voss met him personally at the docking bay, her expression somewhere between relief and awe, as she studied the calm, quiet man who had somehow reshaped humanity's place among the stars without ever raising a weapon. "You've caused quite a stir," she said. Daniel offered a tired, small smile, the same one he had carried onto the vault weeks earlier. "I just went where they sent me. The rest wasn't really up to me." Behind him, though he did not yet know it, the ancient network Oracle had begun waking across the galaxy, continued its slow, patient work, reaching toward other long dormant vaults scattered among the stars, each one carrying its own fragment of a civilization that had scattered itself across the galaxy to survive, each one waiting for its own moment of recognition. Humanity had been sent to the edge of the galaxy as a joke. It returned as something the rest of the galaxy would never underestimate again.
Welcome to Starbound. If you're tired of AI-generated slop and want real human storytelling, please subscribe to support this channel. My name's Aaron. I'll be your narrator. Let's get into the story. Fleet Arbiter Nihilus stood on the Bothial-Pact flagship's primary observation deck. He monitored the scheduled flight engagement unfolding outside the viewport, tracking ship movements like a clerk tallying a ledger. He stacked his shoulders, a descendant of deepwater hunters who long ago tamed their homeworld's crushing pressures. He reviewed the tactical holograms, absorbing the glare with deliberate focus. The bridge hummed with rehearsed discipline. Every pact officer sat at their station, spines pressed hard against their seats and chins elevated. The climate systems droned, blowing chilled, scrubbed oxygen across the immaculate command consoles. Nihilus checked the brass and coral timepiece strapped to his wrist. The antique marked the seconds with a sluggish grind of gears, mirroring the 100-year conflict's pace. On the main holographic display, the Scorian Ascendancy fleet maintained a mirrored alignment. The enemy vessels fired their plasma batteries in a staggered rhythmic sequence. Yellow lances of superheated gas crossed the vacuum, splashing against the packed energy barriers. The barriers brightened, dispersed the heat, and normalized. Packed gunners answered in exact synchronization. At the edge of the tactical display, a red-banded debris ring of shattered satellites and broken rock marked a forbidden hazard zone. The Covenant barred both fleets from entering it, and every firing solution curved carefully around its border.
"Time to the engagement boundary, Lieutenant?"
Nihilus asked, weighing each syllable.
3 standard intervals, Arbiter,"
the navigation officer replied, her focus locked on her console.
"The Scorian Vanguard crosses the line at the hour's peak." "Excellent. Prepare the formal ceasefire transmission. Route it through the Covenant arbitration nodes for official logging." "Preparing transmission, Arbiter."
Nihilus exhaled, the sound fading into the flagship's engine drone. The ghosts of a lengthy military career pressed his shoulders down. The Covenant of Conducted War governed every aspect of combat between the Pact and the Ascendancy. The Generation Treaty dictated safe zones, scheduled engagements, immune industrial targets, and negotiated avenues of retreat. To the Pact and the Ascendancy, the rules represented the pinnacle of civilization. Both empires managed their conflict to prevent planetary bombardments and ensure mutual survival. As Nihilus watched the scheduled plasma exchanges, a weight settled in his chest. The Covenant's honor anchored his worldview, serving as the sole force holding the galaxy back from slaughter. Yet the endless choreograph gnawed at him.
"Arbiter,"
the sensor officer called out.
"we detect a localized gravity shear, an unprecedented energy spike."
Nihilus stepped closer to the display.
"Are the Scorians deviating from the firing sequence?" "The firing sequence remains unbroken,"
the officer said.
"The distortion originates from the designated neutral observer coordinates. The humans have arrived."
Nihilus adjusted his ceremonial tunic. The United Nations Expeditionary Command had arrived in the Sector 25 standard days prior. The humans were a newly contacted species, a pragmatic, blunt race that had clawed out of a hostile biosphere using sheer mechanical stubbornness. The Pact and Ascendancy had invited them to witness the Covenant's grandeur.
"They arrive late,"
Nihilus noted.
"Ensure their vessels receive the telemetry feeds. They must witness the Saurian retreat past the boundary."
"Arbiter!" the sensor officer shouted.
"They are dropping into the active firing lanes." "The Covenant prohibits neutral vessels from entering the engagement zone,"
Nihilus stated.
"Signal them to abort and clear the engagement zone." "They are already here!"
The vacuum outside the massive plasteel viewports ripped open. A jagged tear of Chernikov radiation sliced across the starfield. The United Nations Expeditionary Command Fleet dropped out of faster-than-light transit. The ships decelerated with bone-rattling force, discarding all ceremonial approach vectors. The human flagship, a blocky slab of thickly armored gray metal named the UNEC Monolith, slammed into real space right between the Pact dreadnoughts and the Scorian Vanguard. The massive human ship's physical arrival displaced the local gravitational field. The current of mandate shuddered. Nihilus grabbed the command console to steady his footing as the structural integrity alarms screamed. The UNEC flagship wedged itself into the battle lines, blocking the Scorian firing trajectories with its dense ablative hull. The Scorian plasma lances struck the monolith, splashing against thick armor plating built to absorb kinetic and thermal impacts. The vessel's architects had prioritized survival over aesthetics.
Ceasefire!
Nihilus ordered, his command echoing across the deck.
Stop the batteries!
Across the engagement line, the Scorian fleet cut their bombardment. The choreographed skirmish shattered. Silence overtook the battlefield. Nihilus stared at the gray behemoth sitting right in the battlefield's center. The humans had unbalanced the lines and ruined the schedule.
Open a channel to the human commander.
Nihilus ordered, his jaw tightening with frustration.
I require a word with him.
Commander Daniel Barrett stood on the UNEC monolith's bridge. He was a broad-shouldered human with graying temples and a rumpled uniform. He held a mug of black coffee in his right hand.
Nav, have we anchored?
Barrett asked, taking a slow sip.
We hold position, Commander,
The helmsman replied, hands hovering over a haptic console.
right in the middle of their firing lane. Multiple plasma strikes scorched the port side of Blade of Armor's outer paint layer.
Good. Comms. Do we have the alien commanders on the line?
The Pact flagship is hailing us, sir. The audio feed registers high vocal stress.
Barrett set his coffee mug down on the console. Over the past 25 days, he had reviewed the sector's intelligence data, calculating the millions of sentient lives spent on performative violence. A drive to fix broken systems motivated him.
Tell the Pact Arbiter I'm coming over for a chat,
Barrett said.
Have the flight deck prep my shuttle.
Sir, diplomatic protocols dictate we invite them here first,
The communications officer noted.
We skip their protocols. We go to them. I want to see how they run their ship.
Shortly after, Barrett stepped out of his shuttle and into the current of Mandate's brilliant docking bay. He walked with heavy strides, his magnetic boots clanking against the polished deck plates. A pair of UN Marines flanked him, their expressions blank. Arbiter Nihilus waited for him, surrounded by an honor guard holding ceremonial energy pikes.
Commander Barrett,
Nihilus said, projecting his voice across the bay.
your actions today violate the covenant of conducted war. You have endangered your own vessel and interrupted a sanctioned engagement. I expect a formal apology and an immediate withdrawal to the observer coordinates.
Barrett stopped before the tall alien. He examined the honor guards, scanned the spotless deck, and met Nihilus's gaze.
You polish the floors here,
Barrett noted.
Takes a lot of man-hours.
Nihilus blinked.
I beg pardon?
The floor, it shines. It takes personnel away from combat duties.
Barrett reached out his hand.
You mentioned a covenant. I want to see the rule book.
Nihilus stared at the human's hand. The lack of diplomatic reverence clashed with everything the Arbiter knew. Hesitating, Nihilus reached into his tunic and produced an enamel-plated reader. He handed it to Barrett.
Our legal and moral foundation,
Nihilus explained, tapping the device.
the sacred treaties governing our conflict.
Barrett accepted the reader. He scrolled through the text, his cortical translator processing the alien script in real time. He bypassed the preamble and the religious justifications, stopping at the operational parameters. He pinched the bridge of his nose.
Rule 52, Section A,
Barrett read aloud.
Combatants shall refrain from targeting supply lines, logistics hubs, or shipyards located beyond the primary engagement zone.
He swiped further.
Rule 89, Section C grants damaged vessels safe harbor and neutral repair stations. Paragraph F mandates ammunition and fuel purchases exclusively from certified, neutral megacorporations to ensure equitable supply chains.
Barrett stopped scrolling. He looked up at Nihilus. He leveled a hard stare at the alien commander.
You protect their fuel?
Barrett asked.
Of course.
Nihilus replied.
Striking an unarmed logistics hub represents a barbaric act. It paralyzes the enemy's ability to fight and ends the war.
Barrett tilted his head.
Ending the war is the point of a war.
Ending the war means annihilation.
Nihilus countered, his posture rigid.
The Covenant ensures we fight with honor. We test our strength on the battlefield while protecting the foundation of our societies.
Arbiter, Barrett murmured, you run a highly lethal sports league. Barrett turned around and walked back toward his shuttle.
Where are you going?
Nihilus demanded.
We have outstanding treaty violations.
I returned to my ship, Barrett called over his shoulder. I need to talk to my accountant. The UNEC Intelligence Center occupied a cramped room buried deep in the monolith's armored core. Overheated server racks warmed the tight space. Chief Analyst Adler sat cross-legged in a modified command chair. She was a focused human woman with dark hair tied back in a knot. Holographic screens surrounded her, displaying streaming rivers of data, cytoarchitectonic network maps, and intercepted communications. She treated data networks like jigsaw puzzles, unraveling them with relentless focus. Barrett walked into the room and tossed the packed reader directly into her lap. Map the money, Barrett said. Adler picked up the reader. She plugged a bypass cable into its primary port and connected it to her console. Map the money for what? Our initial orders told us to watch the aliens shoot each other. I just read their rule book, Barrett explained, leaning against the bulkhead. Specific binding clauses force both sides to buy their supplies and repairs from neutral megacorporations. They legally protect logistics. I want to know who profits from this. Adler pulled her keyboard closer. The thrill of unraveling complex knots motivated her. Give me 10 minutes. I will map their arbitration network. She typed a rapid sequence, bypassing elegant hacking protocols to use high-cycle decryption cascades on the Covenant's public access nodes. She mapped the arbitration network on the main display, generating a glowing web of intersecting lines. Their entire system relies on automated routing protocols, Adler said, dropping technical jargon. When an alien ship takes damage, the sensors automatically log the structural deficit into the Covenant grid. And then what happens? Barrett asked. The system instantly generates a massive rebuilding contract, Adler explained, tracing a red line on the map. It routes the contract to an arbitration guild, which farms the job out to these supposedly non-aligned megacorporations. Look deeper into the shareholders of those corporations, Barrett instructed. Adler initiated a deep dive trace into the non-aligned sector's public banking APIs. Running the shell registries. This setup is transparent. The creators layered it behind just a handful of proxy guilds. She pulled up a series of financial ledgers. Commander, Adler murmured, the contracting megacorporation's major shareholders are the Pact High Command and the Ascendancy ruling elites. Barrett let out a slow breath. They pay themselves to fight. It operates as a perpetual economic engine, Adler confirmed. The governments tax their citizens to fund the war. The military buys ships and fuel from the corporations. The crews blow up the vessels in scheduled skirmishes. The grid generates a new repair contract, allowing the corporations to collect a massive fee and funnel the profits right back into the admirals' and politicians' private accounts. Barrett stared at the data. The century of bloodshed functioned as a manufactured farce. Millions of lower-class soldiers had died on the front lines to maintain a tuned financial loop. The elites had designed the war to be profitable. Can you trace the specific hidden ledgers? Barrett asked. I am trying, Adler said. The central arbitration node's defensive algorithms lock the actual hidden ledgers. I can see the proxy guilds, but I need a privileged two-way connection to the central node to secure the routing numbers and unmask them. How do we establish a connection? We need them to open one. A top commander filing a high-priority grievance forces the primary node to drop its external firewalls to receive the data packet. I could piggyback on that open connection and slip right in. Barrett nodded. He reached for the comm station on the wall and pressed the button for the armory. McCoy, Barrett said. Speaking? Captain McCoy replied over the receiver. Prep the strike team, load the boarding shuttles, and check the coordinates I just sent. What is the target, Commander? McCoy asked. a treaty-protected Scorian fuel refinery located behind the ceremonial front lines. Disable their ability to pump fuel. Leave the technicians alive. We refuse to play their game."
"Understood, Commander,"
McCoy replied.
"We will pack the soft tools."
Captain McCoy stood in the stealth boarding shuttle's troop bay. He viewed combat as a failure of planning, preferring improvised solutions and discarding military doctrine whenever it restricted common sense. He checked the seal on his armored helmet and looked at his strike team.
"Listen up,"
McCoy said, holding onto a grab strap as the shuttle maneuvered between the capital ships.
"We bypassed the active war zone. The Scorian fleet is currently staring at the commander's ship. We slip past them and hit Tantalum Outpost."
"Sir, the alien rulebook forbids that," Marine Cho noted.
"The alien rulebook holds no authority over us,"
McCoy replied. "We board the fuel depot.
Intelligence says it runs on a skeleton crew and has enjoyed a century of peace. Automated point defense turrets remain offline."
Rules of engagement, Captain?
"Non-lethal," McCoy instructed. "These technicians act as glorified gas station attendants. We use restraint and target the plumbing. We bypass the personnel."
The stealth shuttle clamped onto the Scorian fuel depot's exterior hull with a metallic thud. The magnetic locks engaged. The boarding tube extended and breached the secondary airlock. McCoy stepped through the breach, his rifle lowered. He led his team down the depot's sprawling corridors. The gravity pulled harder, engineered for the high-mass Scorian physiology. The human power armor compensated. With the path clear, they advanced through the empty corridors and walked into the primary control room. A trio of Scorian technicians sat at massive consoles, drinking a dark liquid from metal cups. They looked up as the thickly armored humans entered. The technicians froze. A boarding action on a fuel depot fell outside their worldview.
"Good afternoon,"
McCoy said over his external speakers. His translator implant broadcasted his words in the resonant Scorian language.
"Please remain seated. We are conducting some unscheduled maintenance."
McCoy gestured to his heavy weapons specialist, Vaslov.
"Cut the manifold."
Vaslov walked over to the primary distribution manifold. The massive pipe fed the refined plasma into the loading docks. She unholstered a heavy thermal cutter and ignited the tool. A beam of white-hot energy erupted from the nozzle.
"Wait!"
A Scorian technician yelled, standing up.
"That is a severe covenant violation. You will ruin the pressure seals."
"That is the point, my friend,"
McCoy said, stepping between the technician and Vaslov.
"Please step back. The slag from the cutter presents a hazard."
Vaslov pressed the tool into the manifold's thick steel. Sparks showered across the deck. She severed the primary pressure couplings with a pair of lateral slices. The heavy metal clamps groaned, snapped, and fell to the floor. The distribution system hissed as the atmosphere equalized. The glowing plasma flow stopped. She had safely disabled the facility's ability to pump fuel.
"I severed the lines,"
Vaslov reported, powering down the cutter.
"Excellent,"
McCoy said. He looked at the technicians.
"Thank you for your cooperation. Have a wonderful day."
The human strike team turned around and walked back to their shuttle. They executed Barrett's tactical request with steady reliability, leaving the Scorian technicians standing by the ruined plumbing of their sanctuary. War Master Charn stood on the Scorian Dreadnought's bridge, the crucible of ancestors. He possessed dense plating along his arms and broad shoulders, built by decades of martial training. A strict adherent to military tradition, he believed warfare proved a species' worth. He glared at the human flagship, his anger mounting.
"They hide behind their thick armor,"
Charn growled, crossing his arms.
"They evade direct fleet engagements."
"War Master,"
his communications officer interrupted.
"we just received an automated alert from Tantalum Outpost behind our lines."
Charn turned his head.
"A malfunction?"
"A boarding action, War Master. A human strike team breached the facility. They used a thermal tool to sever the primary pressure couplings. The sabotage paralyzed the depot. Our vanguard requires immediate alternate refueling."
Charn glared at the officer. The words failed to align with his conditioned mind. To strike a logistics hub insulted the core concept of warfare. Insulted by the sabotage, Charn marched to his command console and slapped his hands onto the tactile interface.
I view this insult as a grave offense.
Charn declared to his bridge crew.
The humans break the sacred treaty. I am transmitting a furious arbitration grievance through the Covenant network. I demand the legal right from the Guild to annihilate the human fleet for their rule violation. We will crush them.
Charn logged into the bureaucratic arbitration system. He typed out his grievance, citing specific clauses and demanding lethal retaliation. He hit the transmit button. The data packet fired across the network, seeking the central Covenant node to log the complaint. Back on the UNEC monolith, Adler sat in her dimly lit room, tracking the alien network's holographic web. The data packet registered on her screen the exact moment it left Charn's ship.
We have a live connection,
Adler muttered to herself, leaning closer to the screens.
War Master Charn just filed a grievance. He is pinging the central arbitration node.
She typed a string of commands, racing against the system's automated retaliation protocols. A validated claim from the central node would authorize the neutral sector's automated defense systems to fire on the UNEC fleet.
You want to exploit the treaty, War Master?
Adler whispered, tapping the final sequence.
Let's exploit it.
She intercepted the arbitration ping. First, she quarantined Charn's grievance in the node's pending queue and spoofed a verification delay, buying herself a narrow window before any defense authorization could propagate. She used the active connection to trace the signal backward, diving deep into the primary node's secure memory cores. She bypassed the standard firewalls by disguising her intrusion as a routine maintenance update. She found the master ledger.
I have the hidden ledgers,
Adler announced over the comms to Barrett.
I have the private banking data of every single supply guild funding the war. I secured the routing numbers for the diverted funds.
Execute the plan, Adler,
Barrett replied from the bridge. Adler initiated the breach sequence. She took the ledger of secret accounts and unmasked them. She stripped away the proxy guilds and deleted the encrypted routing protocols. She took the hidden financial network and directly connected it to the galaxy's central financial exchange's public banking API. Then she forced every shadow escrow, pending payout, and proxy transfer to reconcile through the public clearinghouse in a single burst. Within seconds, the public exchange's automated systems detected the massive, illicit flow of capital. Trillions of credits moving through unregistered channels triggered immediate flags for unverified routing. This action triggered the banking clan's automated fraud protocols. The fiscal AI prioritized market integrity, ignoring the ongoing war. With unthinking speed, the system slammed shut every single compromised account. It froze the financial assets of every supply guild funding the war. It locked the escrows and canceled the credit lines. The economic guillotine dropped. Arbiter Nihilus sat in his ready room aboard the current of mandate, pressing his fingers to his temples. The humans had derailed the engagement. He faced the miserable task of writing a groveling report to the High Command explaining the delay. The door to his ready room chimed.
Enter,
Nihilus ordered. The ship's quartermaster stepped into the chamber, shaking as he gripped a dispatch paper.
Arbiter,
The quartermaster gasped.
we face a logistical failure. Report the issue.
Nihilus commanded.
Did the Scorians damage a critical system?
A failure in the supply chain, Arbiter. The packed ammunition freighters waiting at the sector's edge have cut their engines. They hold their positions outside the deployment zone.
Nihilus stood up.
Have they mutinied? What is their grievance?
It is a strike, sir. The corporate captains require payment before delivering a single plasma battery, but their escrows failed to clear after the banking guild froze their accounts.
Order them to deliver the supplies under martial law. This is a war zone.
I tried, Arbiter. The corporate captains cited the Covenant's Rule 112, Paragraph F. Seizing supplies from a neutral megacorporation guarantees a treaty violation. Empty accounts ensure they hold their ground.
Nihilus felt a cold dread pool in his stomach. He walked out of his ready room and onto the bridge, He looked at the logistical holomap. The pack's entire supply chain went dark. The fuel ships stopped. The repair drones powered down. The ration freighters locked their cargo holds, bringing the engineered logistics system to a complete halt. The war ground to an administrative halt. Frustrated and disoriented, Nihilus boarded a shuttle and traveled between the idle fleets, returning to the human flagship. He bypassed the diplomatic greetings and marched onto the UNEC Monolith's bridge. Barrett stood by the central holo table, sipping from his coffee mug.
Commander Barrett,
Nihilus shouted.
what have you done?
Our supply lines failed. The banking guilds locked our accounts. You introduce a chaos into the system that threatens our civilization.
Barrett placed his mug down on the console. He manipulated the controls on the holotable, pulling up Adler's financial data. The air filled with bright, glowing numbers.
I skipped the chaos, Arbiter,
Barrett said.
I introduced an audit.
Nihilus stopped shouting. He looked at the numbers.
What is this?
These are the exact ledgers,
Barrett explained, pointing to a specific column.
These trace the payments made by your government to the neutral supply corporations. These lines here trace the profits of those corporations flowing directly into the Pact High Command's private offshore accounts.
Nihilus stared at the data.
You look at the scars of a scam, Arbiter,
Barrett continued.
Your politicians own the companies selling you the bombs, just like the Scorian elites own the companies fixing their ships. Every time you fight a scheduled battle, the elites get richer. You fight a manufactured farce, letting millions of your people die to keep this profit engine running.
Nihilus recoiled.
It contradicts the treaty,
he whispered, touching the hologram to verify the account names and routing tags of his own superiors. The realization fractured his worldview, his lifelong traditions, the Covenant's honor, the sacred duty he had upheld. It functioned as a hollow corporate machine. Before Nihilus could process his grief, blaring klaxons erupted across the human bridge. Red emergency lights flared. "Commander!" the sensor officer yelled. "A Scorian dreadnought moves! It is overriding its safety protocols!" Barrett snapped his attention to the holographic battlespace grid. War Master Charn's flagship, the Crucible of Ancestors, broke alignment. Stripped of his fuel lines and rearmament options, Charn realized his trapped state. The system was failing.
Charn chose to end his legacy in battle,
Barrett calculated.
He initiates an unapproved forward charge.
He will ram us,
Nihilus realized.
His massive ship will crush your flagship and trigger its plasma core.
I have a plan for that,
Barrett said.
Nav, cut the main drive. Drop the shields. Power down the weapons.
Sir? The helmsman asked, turning his chair.
You heard me. Strip power from everything else. Divert all juice to the industrial tow tethers and the lateral thrusters. We catch him.
War Master Charn stood on his bridge, gripping the command rail as his dreadnought accelerated. His frame braced against the heavy G-force. He ignored the frozen accounts and the broken fuel depot, caring only for martial honor. The humans breaking the rules inspired him to break them too. He desired a fireball, taking the human flagship with him.
Maximum thrust!
Charn roared.
Prepare for impact!
On the human bridge, Barrett watched the alien ship barrel toward them. The Crucible of Ancestors filled the viewport, a wall of dark metal and glowing engines.
Wait for it,
Barrett ordered.
Wait for it.
The dreadnought crossed the engagement zone, seconds away from a collision.
Deploy tethers,
Barrett shouted. From the UNEC Monolith's underbelly and its escort frigates, thick spools of industrial-grade carbon nanotube cabling fired through the vacuum. Tipped with magnetic clamps designed for towing dead asteroids, the cables slammed into the charging Scorian dreadnought's hull. The magnetic clamps locked onto the thick armor plating with a heavy crunch. The cables pulled taut.
Thrusters to maximum lateral burn,
Barrett ordered.
Drag him.
The human frigates pushed their plasma drives to absolute maximum, thrusters flaring with intensity. The human ship's hulls groaned under the dreadnought's immense mass.
The structural integrity alarms wailed. Barrett fought to hold the tether, executing a high-G maneuver. The monolith threw itself sideways, acting as a massive anchor. The charging dreadnought's kinetic energy fought against the UNEC fleet's lateral pull. Charn's ship jerked off course. Barrett dragged the enemy flagship sideways toward the red-banded debris ring at the edge of the battle space, the same Covenant hazard zone both fleets had spent the day avoiding. The Crucible of Ancestors plowed into the debris ring. Chunks of rock slammed into its forward deflectors and peppered the engine housings along its flanks. The gigantic Scorian engines sputtered, spat a torrent of black plasma, and stalled as shattered metal and stone fouled their plasma feeds. With its thrust dead, the human fleet's braking thrusters finally bled away its momentum, bringing the dreadnought to a drift amidst the wreckage.
Engines are dead,
Barrett reported, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead.
He drifted to a halt.
He views capture as a disgrace for his kind,
Nihilus warned, standing on the human bridge.
He will trigger his ship's self-destruct sequence to preserve his honor.
I know,
Barrett said. He tapped his comms earpiece.
McCoy, you are on the clock.
McCoy and his strike team were already in transit, returning from their raid on the fuel refinery. Their stealth shuttle altered course, burning toward the stalled Scorian dreadnought in the debris field.
We see him, Commander,
McCoy replied.
Moving to intercept.
McCoy's pilot matched the massive alien ship's drift. The shuttle clamped onto the hull, directly adjacent to the dreadnought's primary bridge.
Breaching charges,
McCoy ordered. Vaslov slapped a ring of shaped explosives onto the thick hull plating. They detonated with a muted thud, blowing a clean hole through the armor. The strike team dropped into the dimly lit, heavy-gravity corridor right outside the Scorian bridge. A squad of thickly armored Scorian guards turned the corner, raising their plasma rifles. They expected a firefight. They intended to die, defending their commander. McCoy denied them a firefight.
Deploy the foam,
McCoy instructed. The human Marines unclipped spherical canisters from their belts and rolled them down the corridor. The canisters popped open, deploying rapid-expanding concussive foam. The chemical compound expanded upon contact with the air, filling the corridor with a dense, hardening polymer. The polymer slammed into the Scorian guards, pitting them hard against the bulkheads. The material hardened in seconds, locking their weapons, their arms, and their legs in place. They struggled against the restraints. The resin remained solid. McCoy walked past them, tapping a trapped guard on the shoulder.
Sorry about the mess,
McCoy said.
It dissolves in a short while.
They secured the corridor without shedding blood. McCoy stepped up to the reinforced bridge doors. He pulled out a specialized kinetic ram, clamped it to the center seam, and fired. The doors blew open. McCoy breached the bridge. Smoke poured from the stalled engine's burnt consoles. War Master Charn stood in the room's center. His crew scrambled, trying to reboot the dead consoles. Seeing the human enter, he roared, drawing a ceremonial kinetic blade from his back. The heavy weapon served a final duel. Charn charged, raising the blade high to cleave the human in two. McCoy kept his weapons holstered. He stepped forward. As Charn brought the sword down, McCoy sidestepped the heavy downward swing. He deflected Charn's guard by slapping the swords flat with his armored gauntlet. Using the alien commander's own momentum against him, McCoy hooked his boot behind Charn's ankle. He executed a brutal leg sweep. The ship's crushing gravity assisted the throw, knocking the breath from Charn as he slammed flat against the deck plates. His weapon clattered away. Before Charn could recover, McCoy knelt beside him. He reached down and plucked the physical self-destruct key, an engraved cylinder, directly from Charn's ceremonial belt.
I will take that,
McCoy said, slipping the key into his pouch. McCoy reached into his other pouch and pulled out a standard-issue reader. He tossed it onto Charn's broad chest.
Before you try to kill me again, War Master,
McCoy instructed,
you should look at the true beneficiaries of your war. Your politicians are robbing you blind.
Charn lay on the floor of his own bridge. His chest heaved. He stared at the ceiling, processing his swift, bloodless defeat. He picked up the reader resting on his torso. He sat up. He looked at the screen. The human had preloaded the decryption ledgers Adler had uncovered. Charn scrolled through the embezzlement ledgers. The supply invoices populated the screen, followed by the automated arbitration nodes generating rebuilding contracts. The Ascendancy ruling assembly's exact names appeared as the repair shipyard's primary shareholders. His elites treated his casualties as a rigged betting market. With every Scorian ship lost and soldier killed, the elites celebrated a dividend payout and bought a new estate. The revelation shattered his martial philosophy. The honor of his war functioned as an engineered lie. He had spent his entire life worshipping a financial transaction. Charn stared at the reader for a long minute. His crew gripped their workstations, waiting for the commander to fight back. Charn dropped the reader. He threw his head back. He let out an echoing laugh. It was a booming sound that filled the bridge, a laugh born of absolute absurdity. He laughed until tears pricked the corners of his eyes.
They sold us,
Charn boomed, looking at McCoy.
They sold our blood for credits.
Yes, they did,
McCoy nodded.
Do you want to keep fighting for them?
Charn stopped laughing. He stood up. He walked over to an emergency communications console. He keyed the universal broadcast frequency.
War Master Charn, speaking for the Scoria Ascendancy,
he stated, projecting a new clarity.
I am transmitting the frontline fleets. Total surrender. Power down your weapons. The war is over.
Aboard the monolith, Nihilus heard the broadcast. He stood beside Commander Barrett. Nihilus stepped forward to the human's console.
Arbiter Nihilus, Bathial Pact,
Nihilus broadcasted, matching the cessation of hostilities.
All packed vessels, stand down. Disengage all targeting protocols immediately.
In the UN command room, Adler watched the holographic fleet tracker. The hundreds of hostile red icons representing the alien fleets flickered. Within moments, they shifted to a peaceful blue. The room fell still. The human pragmatism had dismantled a sprawling interstellar tragedy in a matter of hours. Barrett stared at the conclusion of a 100-year war. He leaned against the console. He exhaled a long breath.
Comms.
Barrett murmured.
Order medical and engineering teams to deploy. Send them to the Scorian fleet first. They took some damage in the debris field. Let's help them clean up.
The botanical observation deck on the UNEC monolith was a sanctuary of green life amidst the gray armor. Damp earth and blooming ferns thrived beneath engineered sunlight. Arbiter Nihilus had retreated here hours after the surrender. Devastated by the Ledger revelation, he sat on a wooden bench, staring out the viewport at the idle fleets drifting in the void. He processed the betrayal of his government. He traced the scar tissue on his jawline. He had earned those scars in a battle he considered righteous a half-century prior. Now, the truth stung. His leaders orchestrated that battle purely to inflate the quarterly earnings of a supply guild. The door hissed open. Barrett entered. He left his command jacket behind, wearing a gray undershirt. He carried a pair of ceramic mugs. Barrett walked over and sat beside Nihilus. He handed the alien commander a cup of hot tea. Nihilus took it. The ceramic's warmth seeped into his hands.
Thank you,
Nihilus whispered,
for the beverage, and for stopping the cycle.
You are welcome, Arbiter,
Barrett said, looking out at the stars.
I feel hollow,
Nihilus admitted, his voice rough.
My worldview was a constructed falsehood. I sent thousands to their deaths. How do I live with that? And how does my species rebuild?
You focus on what comes next,
Barrett advised. He allowed the alien commander a space to grieve. He offered pragmatic comfort. He omitted grand speeches.
You operated without the full ledger, but you possess it now. You have the power to tear it down, and build something real in its place. That remains the only path forward. Fix the damage.
They sat together, drinking tea, watching the engineering shuttles fly between the once warring fleets, repairing the damage, healing the void. 2 days later, furious politicians from both alien governments arrived at the improvised peace summit aboard the UNEC monolith. They wore elaborate, jewel-encrusted robes. They demanded tribunals. They shouted about the Covenant's sanctity, demanding the arbitration network's reinstatement and secure supply lines. Barrett sat at the negotiation table's head. He listened to them yell for a short duration. Once they paused, Barrett reached into his pocket. He pulled out a data drive containing the decrypted embezzlement ledgers, the routing numbers, and the shadow accounts Adler had compiled. He tossed the drive onto the metal table's center. It landed with a clack. The politicians stopped shouting.
That storage device contains everything,
Barrett stated. He leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table.
Every stolen credit, rigged contract, and drop of blood you monetized. I advise you to drop your demands for tribunals. I advise you to focus on rebuilding your societies and compensating the veterans.
The lead-packed politician scoffed.
You possess insufficient authority and power to dictate terms to us.
I offer you a choice,
Barrett replied.
Sign the permanent peace treaty right now. My other option involves having my intelligence officer upload those files to the civilian grids. Let's see if the civilians respect the Covenant upon realizing you robbed them to pay for those vacation homes.
The politicians stared at the drive. The color drained from their faces. The game was over. They sat down, reached for the digital styluses, and signed the peace treaty. Barrett ended the argument using only a digital ledger. Deep in the bowels of one of the monolith's lower cargo bays, far away from the politicians and the treaties, Nihilus and Charn met face to face for the first time in their lives. Both commanders had discarded their ceremonial uniforms, stripping away armor and medals to don standard tunics provided by the humans. The Scorian War Master and the Pact Arbiter stood near a stack of shipping crates. Captain McCoy walked into the bay. He carried a toolbox.
Gentlemen,
McCoy greeted. He reached into the box and pulled out a pair of weighted pneumatic torque spanners. He tossed one to Charn, who caught it in his hand, and pitched the second to Nihilus, who grabbed it with a firm grip.
What is this?
Charn asked, inspecting the tool.
It is a torque spanner,
McCoy explained.
The atmospheric scrubber in the corner took a power surge during the tether deployment. The surge blew a circuit. I need to reset the physical relays. It requires multiple people to hold the bypass controls while I splice the wiring.
McCoy offered the tool.
I invite you two to help me fix it.
Nihilus and Charn looked at each other. As supreme commanders of massive armadas, they had directed fleets of dreadnoughts, yet possessed only martial training, leaving them baffled by mechanics tools.
I will assist,
Nihilus offered, masking his uncertainty.
Show me what to hold, human,
Charn grunted. The three of them knelt together over the atmospheric scrubber's open access panel. The machine was a tangled mess of copper wiring, blown fuses, and complex circuitry.
All right, Charn,
McCoy instructed, pointing with a flashlight.
Use the spanner to clamp down on that blue valve. Keep it steady. Nihilus, seat your spanner on that red bypass collar. When I say go, give it a quarter turn clockwise and hold it there to open the flow.
Understood,
Charn said, his arm tensing as he clamped the spanner onto the heavy valve.
I am ready,
Nihilus affirmed, locking his spanner onto the red bypass collar.
Go,
McCoy said. Nihilus hauled the bypass collar through a quarter turn and held it there. Charn braced the blue valve against the sudden rush of pressure. McCoy spliced the burnt wiring, twisting the copper together and sealing it with a rapid weld tool.
Hold it,
McCoy muttered.
Done. Release.
Charn released his grip. Nihilus eased the bypass collar back and unhooked his spanner. Deep inside the machine, a motor coughed. A second later, It caught. The atmospheric scrubber hummed to life with a steady vibration. A vent above their heads hissed, blowing a crisp draft across their faces. McCoy packed up his tools.
Nice work, gentlemen. Your assistance was vital.
He nodded and walked out the cargo bay doors, leaving the alien commanders alone. Nihilus and Charn remained kneeling by the human machine. The clean air washed over them. Charn looked down at his hands. Evolution had designed them for war, molding them to crush and destroy. Yet today, they had held the pieces of something broken and fixed it. Nihilus looked at Charn. The packed arbiter took a deep breath of clean air. The former enemies shared a smile. The weight of a century of performative bloodshed washed away. The joy of creation settled between them. They had used their hands to heal a system for the first time in their lives.
The interrogation chamber smelled like burnt copper and recycled fear. Captain Maya Cross sat strapped to a chair that hummed with suppression fields, her wrists bound by energy cuffs that pulsed every 3 seconds. Across from her, the Valkorian Inquisitor leaned forward, his 4 eyes blinking in sequence like a malfunctioning traffic light. "You will decode these transmissions," Zethric demanded, his translator chip rendering his clicks into flat, emotionless English. "Your species intercepted our fleet movements. Impossible without breaking our encryption." Maya laughed, the sound sharp and genuine. "You think we cracked your codes? That's adorable."Zethric's mandibles twitched, a gesture she'd learned meant irritation. The Valkorians had conquered 47 star systems in the past century, their military precision legendary across 3 spiral arms. They didn't appreciate being mocked by a species that had barely achieved faster-than-light travel 2 generations ago. "Your arrogance is noted," Zethric said, sliding a datapad across the metal table. "Explain this." The screen showed a series of transmission logs, each one stamped with Valkorian encryption protocols. Beneath them, decoded messages in perfect English detailed troop movements, supply routes, and tactical vulnerabilities. Maya studied them with practiced indifference, though her pulse quickened. Someone had been busy. "Looks like you've got a leak," she said, shoving the pad back. "Check your own house before blaming the neighbors." Zethric's claws scraped against the table's surface, leaving shallow grooves. "We executed 17 officers suspected of espionage. All proved loyal under neural examination. The breach came from external sources." He leaned closer, his breath smelling of sulfur and ammonia. "From Earth." "Then arrest Earth," Maya replied. "I'm just a freight hauler who got unlucky." That was technically true. Her ship, the Nightingale, transported medical supplies along neutral trade routes. Unfortunately, she'd been in the wrong sector when Valkorian patrol cruisers had decided humans needed questioning. 3 weeks in their custody had taught her that their idea of justice involved guilt until proven innocent, with extreme prejudice. Zethric activated a holographic display. Symbols materialized in the air between them, glowing amber against the dim lighting. They looked vaguely familiar, geometric patterns that reminded Maya of something she couldn't quite place. These markings appeared in the data corruption that preceded each security breach, Zethric explained. "Our linguists cannot identify the language. Our cryptographers cannot decode the pattern. You will tell us what they mean." Maya squinted at the symbols, her brain cataloging shapes and angles. Then recognition hit her like a plasma bolt to the chest. She fought to keep her expression neutral, but something must have flickered in her eyes because Zethric's mandibles spread wide in what passed for a smile among his kind. "You recognize them," he stated. "Maybe," Maya said carefully. "Hard to say. Could be ancient Sumerian. Could be parking instructions from a shopping mall." "Do not mock me, human." Zethric's voice dropped an octave, and the suppression field around her chair intensified until her teeth ached. 26 distinct symbols, repeating patterns, clear systematic structure. "This is a language and you know it." Maya did know it. The symbols were English letters rendered in a blocky, angular font she'd seen in old Earth archives, but they were backwards. Every single character had been flipped horizontally, creating mirror images that would confuse anyone unfamiliar with human writing systems. It was clever, devastatingly so.
Whoever had sabotaged Valkorian communications hadn't used complex encryption or alien technology. They'd simply reversed the alphabet, banking on the assumption that an empire spanning dozens of worlds wouldn't recognize a trick so simple it belonged in a children's puzzle book. "I need water," Maya said, buying time to think. "Your atmosphere is killing my throat," Zethric gestured, and a guard brought a container filled with liquid that vaguely resembled water but tasted like aluminum and regret. Maya drank slowly, her mind racing. If the Valkorians learned how easily humans had infiltrated their networks, retaliation would be swift and brutal. Earth's colonies, barely established, would burn. But if she played this right, she might walk out of here. Might even turn this disaster into an advantage. "The symbols," Zethric prompted. "They're human," Maya admitted, watching his reaction carefully. "But not current human. This is an ancient writing system, dead for thousands of years. Archaeological stuff." Zethric's eyes narrowed in unison, a disturbing sight. "You lie. Check the databases," Maya countered. "Earth has hundreds of extinct languages. Your intel teams should know this. We're a messy species with a messy history." It wasn't entirely false. Earth did have numerous dead languages, though none of them looked quite like backwards English. But Valkorians prided themselves on thorough research. If she could plant doubt, make them second-guess their own conclusions, she might create enough confusion to escape. Zethric consulted his datapad, his claws tapping rapidly. Minutes passed in silence, broken only by the hum of environmental systems. Finally, he looked up, suspicion warring with uncertainty in his alien features. "Our records show Earth contains extensive linguistic diversity," he conceded. "However, these symbols match no known human alphabet in our files. Because it's dead," Maya pressed, "extinct. Lost to time except for a few scholars who study ruins and old monuments. Whoever used these symbols wanted to hide their messages in plain sight, make it look alien when it's actually human. Why would humans sabotage Valkorian operations?" Zethric demanded. "Your government signed non-aggression treaties. Your military is insignificant compared to our fleet strength." Maya shrugged as much as the restraints allowed. "Governments sign papers. People hold grudges. You've occupied border systems that used to be neutral. Maybe someone got mad." Zethric stood abruptly, his full height towering over the table. "You will decode the transmissions. All of them. Or you will watch as we glass every human colony from here to the Sol system." The threat hung in the recycled air like a blade. Maya met his gaze without flinching, though fear coiled cold in her stomach. "I told you it's an ancient language. I'm a pilot, not a historian. Get me access to archaeological databases. Maybe I can piece it together." "You have 6 hours," Zethric said, motioning to the guards. "If you fail to provide usable intelligence, your species will learn the cost of deception." They left her alone in the chamber, still bound but with a datapad propped on the table. The Valkorians hadn't bothered with additional security measures, confident their suppression fields and locked doors were sufficient. Arrogant, but understandable. No human had ever escaped their custody alive. Maya stared at the backwards letters glowing on the screen, her mind working through possibilities. Someone on Earth had gotten creative, using the simplest trick in the book to infiltrate an empire's communications. The reversed alphabet would be child's play to decode once you realized what you were looking at, but to alien eyes, it would appear completely foreign. She had to admire the audacity. It was the kind of thinking that had kept humanity alive through countless conflicts, the ability to improvise and adapt when outgunned and outnumbered. The question was, who had done it, and why? Earth's official military forces wouldn't risk open conflict with the Valkorians. The balance of power was too skewed, but Black Ops programs, intelligence agencies, maybe even rogue elements within the colonial defense networks. Any of them could have launched an unauthorized operation. Maya started working through the decoded messages, reading them properly now that she understood the cipher. Supply depot locations, patrol schedules, command structure hierarchies. Whoever had gathered this intel had access to deep Valkorian networks, the kind of penetration that took months or years to achieve. One message caught her attention, its content chilling even in reversed English. Primary target confirmed. Human colonies designated for subjugation. Military occupation planned within 6 months. Recommend preemptive action. So that was it. The Valkorians had been planning to invade, and someone on Earth had discovered the truth. The sabotage wasn't random vandalism, it was a warning shot. a way to disrupt their preparations and buy time for humanity to prepare defenses. Maya felt a surge of pride mixed with terror. Whoever had done this was either brilliantly brave or catastrophically reckless. Probably both. The door hissed open, and Zethric returned with 2 additional guards. His mandibles were spread wide, and his eyes gleamed with what might have been triumph or fury. Hard to tell with Velcorians. You decoded the messages, he stated. Not asked. Some of them, Maya replied carefully. The language is complex. Dead languages always are. Zethric studied her for a long moment, his alien mind calculating probabilities behind those unreadable eyes. Then he did something unexpected. He laughed, a chittering sound that made the guards twitch nervously. You are remarkably skilled at deception, Captain Cross, he said, but not skilled enough. We analyzed your biometric responses during our conversation. Your heart rate spiked when you first saw the symbols. Recognition, not confusion. You knew immediately what they were. Maya's blood turned to ice water. Of course, they'd been monitoring her vitals. Stupid mistake, letting her surprise show even for a microsecond. Moreover, Zethric continued, clearly enjoying himself now, we had your ship searched more thoroughly. Hidden in your cargo bay, beneath legitimate medical supplies, we found communications equipment, military grade, encrypted with Earth Defense Force protocols. The suppression field intensified until Maya couldn't breathe properly, her lungs struggling against invisible pressure. Zethric leaned down until his mandibles nearly touched her face. You are not a freight hauler, he whispered, his translator rendering the words with cold precision. You are an intelligence operative, and you will tell us everything about Earth's espionage networks, or you will die slowly while we extract the information from your corpse's neural pathways. Maya fought the urge to spit in his face, knowing it would only accelerate her death. Her cover was blown, her ship compromised, and Earth's secrets about to be tortured out of her dying brain. The mission had failed spectacularly, but thenZethric's communicator chimed, a harsh sound that made him step back from the table. He listened to the incoming transmission, his mandibles contracting into what Maya had learned meant shock or confusion. Impossible, he muttered, then switched to his native language, clicking and hissing at whoever was on the other end. The conversation lasted 30 seconds. When it ended, Zethric turned back to Maya with an expression she'd never seen on a Velcorian face before, genuine fear. Your fleet has arrived, he said quietly. 70 warships. They appeared simultaneously across our occupation zones, dropping out of faster than light with perfect coordination. They are demanding your immediate release and the withdrawal of all Velcorian forces from neutral space. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs. 70 ships. Earth barely had 20 warships total, and most of those were patrol cruisers barely capable of deep space combat. There was no way humanity could field a fleet that size, let alone coordinate an attack against a military power like the Velcorians. Unless someone had been preparing for war much longer than anyone realized. Zethric's communicator chimed again, more urgently this time. He listened, and his mandibles began trembling, a sign of extreme distress. When he spoke, his voice had lost all its earlier confidence. They are broadcasting a message, he said, looking at Maya with something approaching respect mixed with terror. In our language, perfectly translated. They say if you are not released within 1 hour, they will demonstrate why humans call their homeworld a death world. They say they will show us what evolution in hell creates. Maya felt a smile spreading across her face despite the pain from the suppression field. You should probably let me go, she suggested. My people get cranky when someone kidnaps their operatives. Zethric stared at her for a long moment, calculations running behind his alien eyes. Then he gestured sharply, and the energy cuffs released. The suppression field powered down with a whine that sounded almost disappointed. Go, he said flatly. Tell your fleet we will comply with their demands. But know this, human, you have started something that will not end peacefully. The Velcorian Empire does not forget insults. Maya stood on shaky legs, rubbing circulation back into her wrists. Neither do we, she replied. That's kind of our thing. As guards escorted her toward the docking bay, Maya's mind raced through implications. Someone had built a secret fleet, Someone had been planning for this confrontation for years, maybe decades, and someone had used the simplest possible code, backwards English, to hide their preparations in plain sight while simultaneously crippling Valkorian communications. The question that would haunt her during the flight back to the Nightingale, and for months afterward, was simple and terrifying. If Earth's government hadn't authorized this operation, then who the hell had? The debriefing room on the EDF carrier Valkyrie smelled like fresh paint and recycled coffee. Maya sat across from Admiral Chen, a woman whose gray hair and lined face suggested she'd seen enough wars to know when another one was starting. "You look like hell," Chen observed, sliding a sexual ceramic mug across the table. "Real coffee, not the synthetic garbage most military vessels served." "I feel worse," Maya admitted, wrapping her hands around the mug's warmth. 3 weeks in Valkorian custody teaches you new definitions of uncomfortable. Chen's expression softened slightly. "You did good work, Captain. The intel you gathered gave us exactly what we needed to justify the rescue operation." "Admiral, with respect, I didn't gather much intel. I got captured, interrogated, and nearly executed. And since when does Earth have 70 warships?" Maya leaned forward, exhaustion giving way to confusion and anger. "I've been running supply routes for 5 years. I know our fleet strength. We can't field that kind of force." "No," Chen agreed quietly. "We can't. Not officially." The weight of those 2 words settled like lead in Maya's stomach. "Explain." Chen stood and activated a holographic display. Star maps materialized, showing human colonies scattered across dozens of systems. Red markers indicated Valkorian occupation zones, slowly expanding toward Earth's territory like a malignant growth. 6 years ago, intelligence confirmed what we'd suspected for a decade. Chen began. The Valkorians were planning systematic subjugation of all human settlements. Not immediately, but eventually. They view us as primitives occupying space. They consider rightfully theirs. "Old news," Maya said. "Every species with a bigger fleet thinks that way." "True, but most species don't have the resources or the ruthlessness to actually follow through. The Valkorians do." Chen manipulated the display, zooming in on a cluster of remote systems along the galactic rim. "So a group of us decided that waiting for diplomatic solutions was suicide. We started building." "Building what?" "Everything. Ships, weapons, training facilities. We called it Project Deathworld after what the Valkorians named Earth in their reports." Chen smiled without humor. "Turns out spending 3 billion years evolving on a planet with higher gravity, more aggressive predators, and environmental extremes that would kill most sentient species makes you pretty good at war." Maya felt her worldview shifting, pieces clicking into place. "The backwards alphabet. That was you, not me personally. But yes, Project Deathworld developed the cipher. Simple, elegant, and completely invisible to species that don't have mirrors or understand human linguistic evolution." Chen's smile widened. Zethric's team spent weeks trying to decode what amounted to a children's game. "Why not tell Earth's government?" Maya demanded. "Why operate in secret?" "Because governments talk, and talk means leaks. And leaks mean the Valkorians would have destroyed us before we finished building." Chen's expression hardened. "We needed 10 years. We got 6. Your capture and the subsequent interrogation forced us to accelerate our timeline." Maya processed this, her exhaustion making thought difficult. "So everything I did, every supply run, every transmission I carried, was part of the operation?" "Yes. You've been working for Project Deathworld since you joined the freight service. Most operatives don't know they're operatives. Compartmentalization keeps everyone safe." Betrayal tasted bitter mixed with coffee. "You used me." "We used everyone," Chen corrected, "because the alternative was watching our species get enslaved or exterminated. I won't apologize for that." Maya wanted to argue, to rage against being manipulated, but another part of her understood the cold logic. Survival required sacrifice. It always had throughout human history. "What happens now?" she asked, finally. "Now we negotiate from a position of strength. The Valkorians think we have 70 warships. Actually, we have 43, but theater and timing create illusions." Chen closed the holographic display. "They're agreeing to peace talk, neutral territory, equal delegations. The whole diplomatic circus. They'll want verification of our fleet's strength eventually. Let them look. By the time they finish counting and analyzing, we'll have actually built 70 ships. maybe more. Chen's eyes glinted with something approaching satisfaction. Humans are excellent at improvisation under pressure. It's our evolutionary advantage. A knock interrupted them, and a young lieutenant entered, her uniform crisp despite the late hour. "Admiral, sorry to intrude. Captain Cross has a visitor requesting immediate audience. Tell them to schedule through proper channels," Chen said dismissively. "Ma'am, they say it's urgent. Personal matter regarding the captain's family." Maya's blood chilled. Her family consisted of her younger brother, stationed on a colony world near Valkorian space. "Send them in." The person who entered wasn't military, wore civilian clothes that looked expensive even by Earth standards, and carried himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He was perhaps 60, with dark skin, sharp eyes, and a smile that didn't reach beyond his teeth. "Captain Cross, Admiral Chen, thank you for seeing me." His voice was smooth, educated, dangerous. "My name is Director Malik. I run a small organization dedicated to ensuring humanity's future, Project Death World," Maya guessed, among other initiatives. Malik sat without being invited, his posture relaxed but his gaze constantly assessing. "I wanted to thank you personally, Captain. Your capture provided exactly the catalyst we needed to reveal our capabilities to the Valkorians." Maya's hands tightened around the coffee mug. "My capture was planned, not precisely. But when it occurred, we adapted quickly." Malik's smile never wavered. "Your brother sends his regards, by the way. He's safe at the colony, continuing his work as a terraforming engineer. Brilliant young man. His innovations in atmospheric processing have been remarkable." The implied threat hung in the air like poison gas. Maya felt Chen stiffen beside her. Recognizing the message beneath the pleasantries, Malik was making it clear he knew everything about everyone, and that knowledge conferred power. "What do you want?" Maya asked bluntly. "Continued cooperation. The Valkorians will honor the peace talks, but other species are watching. The Krillian Collective, the Tharian hegemony, even the mysterious archivists in the deep core. They're all wondering if humans are actually as dangerous as we've implied, or if this was elaborate theater." "It was elaborate theater," Chen interjected coldly. 43 ships, not 70. Malik's smile finally reached his eyes, transforming his face into something almost predatory. "Yes. But the Valkorians don't know that, and more importantly, they don't know about the other projects. The ones that make warships look primitive." Maya exchanged glances with Chen, seeing her own confusion reflected back. "What other projects? Do you know why we called it Project Death World?" Malik leaned forward, his enthusiasm genuine now. "Not because Earth is dangerous, though it is, but because humans evolved specifically to survive danger. Our brains developed pattern recognition, so sophisticated we see threats that don't exist yet. Our social structures create cooperation under impossible stress. Our technology adapts and evolves faster than any other known species." He activated his own holographic display showing complex schematics that made Maya's head hurt. "We didn't just build ships, we built AI systems that learn from combat faster than biological minds can process. We built nanomachine swarms that can disassemble enemy vessels at the molecular level. We built quantum communication networks that make light speed seem slow." "That's insane," Chen breathed. "Even with 6 years we couldn't, if we'd started from scratch. But humanity has been preparing for extinction events since we climbed out of the primordial soup. Every disaster, every war, every plague taught us new survival skills. We just finally applied those lessons to galactic-scale threats." Malik closed the display. "The Valkorians think they rescued you to avoid conflict. Actually, they rescued you because our demonstration fleet was preparing to show them what real humans are capable of when properly motivated." Maya felt sick. "You would have started a war over one captured operative." "No, we would have ended a war before it formally began." Malik stood, smoothing his jacket. "The Valkorians planned to subjugate or exterminate humanity. We simply showed them why that would be inadvisable. They attacked our operative. We responded proportionally." "Proportionally?" Maya's voice cracked. "You nearly triggered an interstellar war." "I triggered peace," Malik corrected gently. "Sometimes the only way to avoid conflict is to demonstrate overwhelming capability. The Valkorians respect strength. Now they respect humanity." Chen cleared her throat. Director, with all due respect, the Earth government will have questions about unauthorized military operations conducted without oversight. The Earth government will be briefed at the appropriate security level, Malik replied, which is to say they'll learn what they need to know when they need to know it. Democracy is wonderful for peacetime. Survival requires different approaches. He moved toward the door, then paused. Captain Cross, you'll be reassigned to diplomatic escort duty during the peace talks. Your experience with Valkorian interrogation techniques makes you uniquely qualified to understand their negotiating tactics. Plus, Zethric specifically requested your presence. Apparently he respects competence, even in adversaries. After Malik left, silence filled the debriefing room like water flooding a damaged hull. Maya stared at her coffee, watching steam rise in hypnotic spirals. I don't know if I should thank him or shoot him, she said finally. Both reactions are reasonable, Chen admitted. For what it's worth, I didn't know about the other projects either. I thought we were just building a defensive fleet. Nothing about this is defensive. It's all preemptive offense disguised as preparation. Maya drained her coffee despite it burning her throat. But it worked. Humanity isn't extinct or enslaved. So maybe monsters like Malik are what we need. Dangerous thinking, Captain. Dangerous times, Admiral. The peace talks occurred on Neutral Station 17, a massive orbital facility maintained by the few species with no territorial ambitions. Maya attended in full dress uniform, standing slightly behind Earth's official delegation while Valkorian representatives sat across a polished negotiating table that probably cost more than her ship. Zethric was among them, his mandibles carefully neutral. When their eyes met, he inclined his head slightly, acknowledgement between warriors who understood each other's positions. The negotiations were boring, filled with diplomatic language and carefully worded concessions. Boundaries were established, trade agreements drafted, mutual defense pacts discussed. Standard procedure for species trying to coexist without murdering each other. But during a recess, Zethric approached Maya in the observation lounge overlooking the station's central hub. Thousands of ships from hundreds of species flowed through the docking bays like mechanical fish. I underestimated your kind, he said without preamble. A failing I will not repeat. We underestimate each other, Maya replied. Seems to be going around the backwards alphabet. Zethric's mandibles twitched in what might have been amusement. Elegant simplicity. We analyzed it for weeks, consulted linguistic experts, ran computational models. Never occurred to us it was simply reversed. Sometimes the obvious solution is invisible because it's too obvious. Indeed, Zethric watched the ships moving below. Your fleet, 70 vessels appearing simultaneously across multiple systems. That level of coordination requires quantum communication networks at minimum. Technology we did not believe humans possessed. Maya said nothing, letting silence confirm what he already suspected. We investigated further, Zethric continued. Your industrial capacity, your research programs, your technological advancement curve, it does not match your official reports. Someone has been conducting massive operations outside governmental oversight. Maybe we're just better at keeping secrets than you thought. Perhaps. Or perhaps humans are more dangerous than their primitive status suggests. Zethric turned to face her directly. In Valkorian culture we have a saying, beware the species that survives its own homeworld. Earth killed 99% of life multiple times before your kind evolved. That you emerged from such catastrophic selection pressure makes you uniquely formidable. Is this a threat assessment, or a compliment? Both. A warning to my superiors that humans should be approached as equals, not subordinates, and a personal acknowledgement that you, specifically, are worthy of respect. His mandibles spread slightly. I hope we meet again under better circumstances, Captain Cross. After Zethric left, Maya remained in the observation lounge watching ships come and go. Her communicator chimed a message from her brother confirming he was safe and asking when she'd visit. Relief flooded through her, followed by lingering unease. Malik's organization had saved humanity by operating outside every law and oversight mechanism humanity had established. They built weapons, started wars, manipulated events, all without permission or accountability. And it had worked. Earth was safe. At least for now. But who watched the Watchers? Who stopped Project Deathworld if they decided humanity's survival required more extreme measures? Director Malik appeared beside her, his reflection ghostly in the observation window. A philosophical thoughts, Captain. Wondering if we've traded one threat for another, Maya said honestly. Fair question. For what it's worth, Project Death World exists solely to ensure human survival. Nothing more, nothing less. Malik's reflection smiled. Of course, defining survival gets complicated. Does it mean mere existence? Cultural preservation? Dominance over potential threats? You're not reassuring me. Good. Complacency kills species faster than any weapon. Malik turned to leave, then paused. The backwards alphabet was my idea, by the way. Spent 30 years as a cryptographer before running Project Death World. Always believed the best codes were the ones that looked like nothing important. Why tell me? Because you're smart enough to be dangerous, loyal enough to be trusted, and cynical enough to keep watching us. Malik's smile widened. We need people like you, Captain Cross. People who question authority while understanding why authority sometimes has to make terrible decisions. He left her alone with her thoughts and the endless flow of ships outside. Somewhere among them, 43 human warships prepared to return to hidden facilities. Their existence now confirmed, but their full capabilities still mysterious. And somewhere deeper, in laboratories and research stations scattered across dozens of systems, humans were building things that would make those warships obsolete. Maya pulled up her communicator, scrolling through messages until she found the one she wanted. It was from an anonymous sender received 3 weeks ago while she'd been in Valkorian custody. She'd ignored it then, assuming it was spam. Now she read it carefully. Captain Cross, if you're reading this, the mission succeeded. Your capture provided necessary justification for revealing Phase 1 capabilities. Thank you for your sacrifice. Humanity survives because of people like you. The backwards alphabet was just the beginning. Wait until they see what we're really hiding. Maya deleted the message, her hands shaking slightly. Then she composed a response to her brother, promising to visit soon. Some things mattered more than cosmic chess games between species and shadow organization. But as she walked back toward the negotiating chambers, she couldn't help wondering what Phase 2 looked like, and whether humanity would recognize itself when Project Death World finished reshaping their species into something strong enough to survive among the stars. The backwards alphabet had bought them time and respect. What other tricks were hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal humanity's true nature? Maya suspected she'd find out eventually, and suspected she wouldn't like the answer. But survival rarely cared about preference. It only cared about results, and humanity, forged in Earth's unforgiving crucible, specialized in survival above all else.
The small human vessel drifted through the darkness of space like a leaf caught in a slow current. Its hull was old, marked with scratches and dents from decades of service. Inside the cramped cockpit, Admiral Marcus Webb sat alone, his weathered hands resting on the controls. His gray hair was cut short in military fashion and deep lines creased his face. He was 73 years old and he knew exactly what was about to happen. The sensors beeped. 3 massive ships appeared on the screen, dropping out of faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. They were Galactic Council vessels, each one 10 times larger than his small craft. Their hulls gleamed with advanced armor that could withstand weapons humans had not yet invented. Their engines burned with a blue light that seemed to mock the orange glow of his own outdated propulsion system. Webb did not try to run. He simply sat and waited. The communication panel crackled to life. A harsh, clicking voice filled the cabin. "Human vessel, you have violated Council territory. Cut your engines and prepare to be boarded. Any resistance will result in your immediate destruction." Webb reached forward and shut down his engines. The ship went silent except for the soft hum of life support. He stood slowly, his joints protesting after hours in the pilot's seat, and walked to the small cargo bay. He did not bother to arm himself. That was not why he was here. The boarding was efficient and brutal. The airlock exploded inward with a burst of cutting plasma. 6 Kryn warriors stormed through the smoke, their forearms carrying weapons that hummed with deadly energy. They were tall, reptilian creatures with scales that shifted colors to match their surroundings. Their eyes were cold and calculating. They found Webb standing in the center of the cargo bay, hands raised, completely calm. "I am Admiral Marcus Webb of the Terran Defense Forces," he said clearly. "I am your prisoner." The Kryn leader cocked its head, confused by the lack of resistance. In their experience, primitives either fought or begged. This old human did neither. They bound his hands with energy restraints that glowed blue against his wrists and led him to their flagship. The journey to the council chamber took 2 days. Webb was kept in a small cell with a window that showed the vastness of space. He spent the time in meditation, remembering faces he would never see again. His wife, dead for 5 years. His daughter on the Mars colony. His grandchildren, who called him on video calls and showed him their drawings. He thought about them and felt the cold certainty of what was coming settle deeper into his bones. When they finally brought him to the Grand Assembly, Webb had to pause at the entrance. The chamber was enormous, a sphere carved from a single asteroid and reinforced with transparent metals. Hundreds of beings from across the galaxy filled the tiered seats. Some were humanoid. Others were so alien that Webb's mind struggled to process their shapes. There were beings made of gas contained in force fields, creatures that floated on gravitic waves, and massive insectoid forms that clicked and chittered to each other. At the center of the sphere floated the Overseer, the leader of the Galactic Council. It was an insectoid being the size of a small vehicle, with a crystalline exoskeleton that refracted light into rainbow patterns. Its multiple eyes focused on Webb with an intelligence that was ancient and cold. "Bring the human forward," the Overseer commanded. Its voice came through a translation device but still carried harmonics that made Webb's teeth ache. The Kryn guards pushed Webb toward the center platform. He stumbled slightly, playing up his age, and heard laughter ripple through the assembly. Good, he thought. Let them laugh. "You are Admiral Marcus Webb," the Overseer stated. It was not a question. "I am." "You command the human military forces?" "I am one of several fleet admirals, yes." More laughter. A serpentine creature in the upper tiers hissed loudly. "They have several admirals for their pathetic fleet? How many ships do humans possess, Overseer?" 300. 400. The Overseer's eyes never left Webb. "Our intelligence suggests the humans have approximately 470 combat-capable vessels. Most are outdated by our standards. Some still use chemical propulsion for maneuvering." The chamber erupted in jeering sounds that Webb's translator could barely process. A blob-like creature that communicated through color changes flashed what Webb's device interpreted as amusing primitives. "And yet," the Overseer continued, "you violated our borders. Your colony ships have been detected in systems we claimed 3,000 years before your species discovered fire." "This is unacceptable." Webb said nothing. He simply stood and waited. This was the important part. They needed to talk, to posture, to demonstrate their superiority. Every minute they spent mocking him was a minute humanity used to prepare. A new voice spoke from the left tier. It belonged to a Vryn, a species that resembled upright wolves with 6 legs and crystalline growths along their spines. "Perhaps the humans do not understand mathematics. Allow me to educate you, old creature. The Vryn alone possess 10,000 warships. The Zilthari have 8,000. The Kron have 6,000. Together, the Council commands over 50,000 vessels, each more advanced than anything your primitive world has produced. Do you understand these numbers?" "I understand them," Webb said quietly. "Then you understand the futility of resistance," the Overseer said. "We are not without mercy. We recognize that humans are a young species, ignorant of galactic law. Therefore, we offer you terms. Evacuate your illegal colonies within 1 planetary rotation. Return to your home system. Remain there for the next century while we determine if your species is capable of civilized behavior. Refuse and we will remove your colonies by force." Webb looked up at the Overseer. His old eyes met those alien orbs without fear. "And if we refuse your terms?" The chamber fell silent. Then the laughter began again, louder than before. The idea that humans might refuse seemed to be the funniest thing these ancient species had heard in centuries. A Zilthari representative, a being of pure energy contained in a mechanical body, spoke with a voice like grinding metal. "If you refuse, old human, we will demonstrate why the Council has maintained peace in this galaxy for 10,000 years. We have weapons that crack planets like eggs. We have ships that can sterilize a world from orbit in hours. We have fought and defeated species far more advanced than yours. You are insects to us, annoying but easily crushed." Webb nodded slowly as if considering this information. "I see. You've given this a lot of thought. We have considered every possibility," the Overseer said. "Why do you think we are telling you this?" "It is not a threat. It is simple reality. Your species cannot win a war against the Council. No species can. This is why there is peace." "I understand," Webb said. He took a breath, feeling the weight of what came next. "Then I have a question, if I may." The Overseer gestured with a bladed limb. "Speak." Why did humanity send an old man like me for such an important negotiation? The question caused a stir in the assembly. Several beings made sounds that Webb's translator marked as confusion or curiosity. We have wondered this ourselves, the overseer admitted. It seems strange that your species would send someone so diminished. Is this an insult? Or simply incompetence? Webb smiled then, and something in that smile made several of the nearer council members lean back. I volunteered, he said softly, and my government accepted because I'm one of the few humans old enough to remember the last time my species truly went to war. The real kind of war, the kind where survival is the only goal. You speak of your primitive conflicts, a Kron representative said dismissively. The silicon-based being's voice sounded like rocks grinding together. We have studied your history. You fight amongst yourselves over resources and territory. Children squabbling over toys. Yes, Webb agreed. We do fight amongst ourselves. We've been doing it for our entire history. Thousands of years of continuous warfare. We've developed quite a talent for it. The overseer's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. And you believe this gives you an advantage against species who have conquered star systems? Webb's smile faded. His expression became something colder, harder. No, Overseer. I believe it means we understand something you've forgotten. But you'll remember soon enough. The chamber erupted in angry sounds. The Overseer raised a limb for silence. You have one rotation, Admiral Webb. Evacuate your colonies or we will do it for you. This audience is concluded. As the guards moved to take him away, Webb turned back. You want war, Overseer? The ancient being regarded him with something that might have been pity. Do not be foolish, human. You cannot want war with us. Webb's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. You want war? We'll give you war. The laughter followed him all the way back to his cell. They kept Webb in a cell with walls made of some kind of energy field that hummed constantly. The sound reminded him of old power lines back on Earth. He sat on the simple bench they had provided and waited. He knew they would bring him back. Species like these always wanted to gloat, he was right. 6 hours later, the guards came for him again. This time they brought him to a smaller chamber. Only a dozen council members were present, including the Overseer. They wanted a more intimate setting for what came next. They wanted him to see their confidence up close. Admiral Webb, the Overseer began, settling its massive form onto a floating platform. We have reviewed your species' military capabilities in greater detail. Perhaps a more thorough understanding will help you see reason. Webb said nothing. He simply stood and listened. A Vryn commander stepped forward. Its crystalline spines glowed with inner light as it spoke. The Vryn fleet consists of 10,347 warships. Our smallest vessels are twice the size of your largest. Our weapons can punch through your hull armor like it does not exist. We have shields that would absorb your entire arsenal without failing. In simulations, a single Vryn battle group could destroy your entire fleet in less than 1 standard hour. The commander paused, clearly expecting a reaction. Webb gave none. A Zelthari representative drifted forward. Its mechanical body gleamed under the chamber's lights. The Zelthari possessed dreadnoughts capable of cracking continental plates. We have used them 3 times in our history to end species that threatened galactic peace. The process takes approximately 6 hours per planet. Your Earth would be rendered uninhabitable in less than a day. Still, Webb remained silent. His old face showed nothing. A Kron delegate, its silicon body reflecting light like a living diamond, spoke in grinding tones. The Kron have developed molecular destabilization weapons. They cause matter itself to lose cohesion. We used them to end the Haleth expansion 2,000 years ago. An entire civilization of 12 billion beings spread across 40 worlds ceased to exist in a span of 3 weeks. We still have these weapons. We maintain them precisely for situations like this. The testimonies continued. Each species detailed their military might, their victories, their technologies that seemed like magic compared to human capabilities. They spoke of wars lasting centuries, of weapons that could sterilize solar systems, of defense systems that could detect threats across light years. Through it all, Webb stood quietly, his hands clasped behind his back in an old military posture. His face remained calm, almost meditative. This seemed to frustrate them. Do you understand what we are telling you? The Overseer finally asked. Do you comprehend the scale of power you face? I understand, Webb said softly. Then why do you not show fear? Why do you not beg for your world? A serpentine council member asked, its hood flaring in agitation. Webb looked up at the assembled beings. May I tell you about human history? The overseer gestured permission. If you believe it relevant. We've been fighting wars for at least 10,000 years, Webb began. His voice was quiet but clear. Probably longer, but that's as far back as our records go with certainty. We've never stopped. Not for a single generation. Somewhere on Earth, someone was always fighting someone else. We know this, the Vryn commander interrupted. Primitive tribal conflicts. Disputes over resources and territory. Yes, Webb agreed. But let me tell you about the scale. In our first truly global war, we killed 17 million people in 4 years. We poisoned entire regions with chemical weapons that made the soil deadly for decades. We learned to kill efficiently. The council members shifted uncomfortably but said nothing. Then we did it again. Webb continued. A second global war. This time we killed between 70 and 85 million people in 6 years. We developed weapons that could destroy entire cities in seconds. We called them atomic bombs. We used them. Twice on cities full of civilians. Barbaric, someone muttered. Yes, Webb said simply. It was, but that's not the important part. The important part is what came after. We developed bigger bombs, hydrogen bombs, bombs that made the first ones look like toys. We built thousands of them. We pointed them at each other and said, if you attack us, we will destroy your entire civilization. And the other side said the same thing back. Mutually assured destruction, the overseer said. We are familiar with the concept. It is a deterrent. Webb shook his head slowly. You think of it as a deterrent. We thought of it as a promise. For 50 years, my grandparents' generation lived knowing that any day, everything could end. Cities could become shadows on glass. Millions could die in minutes. And you know what? They were willing to do it. Both sides were willing to push the button if it came to it. But they did not, the Zeltari said. Reason prevailed. Luck prevailed, Webb corrected. There were at least 6 times when we came within minutes of total nuclear war. Each time it was stopped by a single person making a choice. But the willingness was there. The weapons were there. We were ready to end our world rather than surrender to the other side. The chamber was quiet now. The mocking laughter had stopped. Webb continued, his voice growing harder. And those weapons? They still exist. We haven't used them in over 2 centuries, but we haven't forgotten how to make them. We've gotten better at it, actually. Our modern weapons are far more efficient, but that's not all we learned. He began pacing slowly, his old body moving with the careful precision of a career soldier. We learned to weaponize disease. We created viruses and bacteria designed to kill. We learned to poison water, to salt earth so nothing would grow, to burn entire forests to deny them to our enemies. We developed gas that would eat through any protection and dissolve human lungs. We built machines that could kill millions and operated them like factories with schedules and quotas. Enough, the overseer said, its voice sharp. We do not need a recitation of human atrocities. Webb stopped and looked directly at the ancient being. You asked why I don't show fear. This is why. Every species here has told me about their weapons, their victories, their power. But I haven't heard anything humans haven't already done to each other. You threaten to destroy our colonies? We've destroyed our own cities. You threaten to make our worlds uninhabitable? We've poisoned our own planet and had to spend centuries cleaning it up. You talk about ending our civilization? We almost did that ourselves, multiple times. You claim this makes you strong? The Kron delegate asked. It sounds like madness. Maybe it is, Webb admitted. But it's also experience. Every species here has fought wars for territory, for resources, for political power. You have rules, honor codes, lines you won't cross because war is a tool for you, a means to an end. He paused, letting the silence stretch. For humans, war isn't a tool. When we truly go to war, when our survival is at stake, there are no rules. There are no lines we won't cross. There's only survival or extinction, and we will do anything, burn anything, sacrifice anything to survive. Brave words from a prisoner, the Vryn commander said, but its voice lacked the earlier confidence. Webb smiled again, that cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. You think I'm afraid of dying? I'm 73 years old. I've lived a full life. I've seen my children grow up. I've held my grandchildren. If I die here, I die satisfied. But my grandchildren are on Mars. My great-nieces and nephews are on New Hebrides colony. You threaten them. You threaten all of humanity's children? He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, that a human won't do to protect their children. We have a saying, mess with Mama Bear's cubs and see what happens. You've just poked Mama Bear. All 7 billion of her. The overseer's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of agitation. You continue to make threats you cannot back up. Your fleet is insignificant. Your technology is centuries behind ours. What can you possibly do? Webb straightened. I told you, we'll give you war. The kind of war humans know how to fight. The kind where the only goal is to hurt you so badly that you lose the will to continue. Not to beat you. Not to conquer you. Just to make victory cost more than you're willing to pay. You're insane, the Serpentine Council member hissed. Maybe, Webb said, but we're also very, very good at it. We've had 10,000 years of practice. And unlike you, we're not fighting for territory or resources. We're fighting for survival. That's a different kind of war entirely. The Overseer rose from its platform. This conversation is pointless. You have 1 rotation, Admiral Webb. Evacuate or be removed. This is not negotiable. As the guards moved to take him away, Webb called out one more time. Overseer, I have 1 question. The ancient being paused. What? Do you know why my government really sent me? Why an old man instead of a young, strong soldier? Enlighten us. Webb's expression became something ancient and terrible. Because I volunteered to die. Because I'm old enough to remember real war and young soldiers still have hope. Hope that peace is possible. Hope that reason will win. I have no such hope. I know what's coming. And I wanted to look you in the eye when I delivered the warning you won't hear. Because I understand pride, Overseer. I'm counting on it. The chamber doors closed behind him and the council sat in uncomfortable silence. The rotation passed slowly. Webb spent it in his cell, sitting in meditation or staring out at the stars. He didn't sleep much anymore. Old soldiers rarely did. The guards brought him food that his translator assured him was safe for human consumption. It tasted like paste, but he ate it without complaint. He needed his strength for what came next. When they finally came for him, Webb knew the time had arrived. The deadline had passed. The council would want him present for their demonstration of power. They would want him to see humanity's colonies evacuated or destroyed. To witness their might firsthand. It was the way of empires. Show your dominance. Make it clear. Break the spirit before you break the body. The Grand Assembly was full this time. Every seat was occupied. Thousands of beings from hundreds of species had gathered to watch the council's judgment. Webb was brought to the center platform again. But this time he was placed in a transparent containment field. They wanted everyone to see him clearly. The Overseer floated above, its crystalline form catching and reflecting the chamber's lights. Admiral Marcus Webb of the Terran species. The rotation has ended. Your colonies have not evacuated. Do you have anything to say before we proceed with enforcement? Webb stood straight despite his age. His voice was clear and strong. I have a question first, if you'll permit it. The Overseer gestured with a bladed limb. Ask, did you detect any human ships evacuating the colonies? We did not, the Overseer confirmed. Your colonies remain fully populated. This is why we must act, Webb nodded slowly. Then I suppose there's only one thing left to say. He paused, letting the silence build. The entire assembly waited. You want war? The chamber erupted in laughter again, just as it had before. The sound echoed off the walls, a chorus of species that found human defiance hilarious. We'll give you war, Webb finished quietly. The Overseer's mandibles clicked in what might have been pity. Admiral, you cannot want war with the Galactic Council. Your species would not survive. You're probably right, Webb agreed. But that's not really the point, is it? Then what is the point? The Vryn commander demanded from its seat. Webb turned to face the warrior species directly. The point is what you told me yesterday. You said you could destroy our entire fleet in under an hour. That your simulations proved it. Did you ever wonder why we'd give you the chance? Something in his tone made the laughter die away. The Overseer leaned forward. What do you mean? That ship you captured me in, Webb said conversationally. It wasn't a diplomatic vessel. It was bait. And you took it beautifully. A ripple of unease passed through the assembly. The Overseer's multiple eyes narrowed. Explain. You spent a full rotation mocking me, showing me your strength, explaining why we can't win. Very thorough. Very impressive. You gave me exact fleet numbers, weapon capabilities, strategic deployments. Thank you for that, by the way. Our intelligence services were missing some details. The Kron delegate's crystalline form flashed with anger. You think you gained intelligence from us? We told you nothing you couldn't have discovered on your own. True, Webb admitted. But more importantly, you gave us time. While you were parading me around, demonstrating your superiority, making speeches about your power, humanity was doing something you clearly didn't expect. We were preparing. The Overseer made a sharp gesture. A holographic display appeared in the center of the chamber, showing the sectors of space containing human colonies. Our sensors show no unusual activity. Your colonies remain in place. Your fleet positions have not changed significantly. Webb smiled. Check your subspace communications. The Overseer hesitated, then made another gesture. A technician in one of the lower tiers worked rapidly at a console. The holographic display shifted, filling with data streams. Then the technician made a sound of alarm. Overseer, the subspace bands they're saturated with human transmissions, military encryption, fleet movements, weapons protocols. It's everywhere. The display changed again, showing the communications network that spanned council space. It was lit up like a festival, glowing with thousands of human signals. The technician worked frantically. I'm decrypting what I can. They're not trying very hard to hide it. These are mobilization orders. Every human colony is activating military reserves. Every civilian ship is being retrofitted. Every station is coming online as a weapons platform. The chamber exploded into sound. Species shouting questions, demanding answers, calling for immediate action. The Overseer's voice cut through it all, amplified and commanding. Silence. The noise died to a murmur. The Overseer turned all its attention to Webb. This changes nothing. You are still vastly outnumbered. What are you playing at, human? Webb's expression became colder. You told me about your wars. Centuries-long conflicts over territory. Battles for resources. Wars fought with rules and honor codes. Wars where the goal is conquest or political advantage. That's not the kind of war humans fight when survival is at stake. All wars are about survival. The Zelthari representative said. No. Webb corrected. All wars are about victory. Survival is just assumed. But humans learned a long time ago that sometimes you can't win. Sometimes the enemy is too strong, too numerous, too advanced. So we developed a different strategy. He began pacing in his containment field. We learned to make victory so expensive that it becomes meaningless. We don't fight to win territory. We fight to break your will, to make you question why you're fighting, to make you fear what we'll do next. The Overseer's mandibles clicked rapidly. You're describing terrorism. Guerrilla tactics. These are the weapons of the weak. Yes, Webb agreed readily. They are. And humans are very, very good at them. We've been using them against each other for millennia. Every empire that ever existed on Earth learned to fear the guerrilla fighter. The one who doesn't stand and fight honorably. The one who strikes from nowhere and vanishes. The one who turns your strength into a liability. A Vryn warrior stood, its spines glowing with aggression. We have faced such tactics before. They are annoying but ultimately ineffective against superior force. Webb turned to face the warrior. Have you? Let me ask you something. In all your wars, all your glorious victories, how many times has your enemy destroyed their own territory rather than let you have it? How many times has your enemy turned their own colonies into weapons? How many times has your enemy looked at certain defeat and decided that if they can't survive, neither should you? The silence that followed was profound. You haven't, Webb continued, because species that join your council fight civilized wars. Wars with rules. But Earth is different. We never had a unified government until 200 years ago. For most of our history, we were dozens, then hundreds of separate nations all fighting each other. We developed weapons specifically to hurt our own species. We got very good at it. The holographic display shifted again, showing new data. The technician's voice was shaken. Overseer, I've decrypted more of the transmissions. The humans are discussing something called Scorched Earth Protocol. They're preparing to destroy their own colonies. Impossible, the Kron delegate said. Why would they destroy what they're trying to protect? Webb answered before the Overseer could. Because if we can't keep them, we'll make sure you don't get them either. Every colony has fusion reactors, power cores, ships in orbit. All of it can be weaponized. You want our territory? Fine. Come take radioactive wastelands. Come occupy ruins. Come try to hold ground where every building might be booby-trapped, every system might have hidden viruses, every citizen might be a resistance fighter. The overseer's voice was cold. You would sacrifice your own people? We've evacuated the non-essential personnel, Webb said. The people still there? They volunteered to stay. They know what's coming. They're willing to fight, willing to die, willing to take as many of you with them as they can. That's what you don't understand about humans. When you threaten our children, our homes, our species, we don't calculate odds. We don't consider surrender, we fight. And we fight dirty, another technician called out. Overseer, we're detecting weapons signatures. The humans are bringing online systems we didn't know they had. Nuclear arsenals, biological weapons, chemical agents. Some of these readings don't match any known technology. Webb's smile was grim. During our peaceful decades, while we were making friends and learning about the galaxy, we were also preparing. We studied every species we met. We learned your biologies, your weaknesses, your fears. We designed weapons specifically for each of you. Viruses that target Vrin respiratory systems, nanites that disrupt Kron silicon structures, frequencies that cause Zelthari energy matrices to destabilize. We have them all. We haven't deployed them because we hoped we'd never need to, but we have them. The chamber erupted in outrage. Beings shouting about war crimes, about violations of galactic law, about the unthinkable nature of such weapons. Webb waited for the noise to die down. You're right. These weapons are terrible, unthinkable, evil even, but they exist. And if you push us to extinction, we'll use them. All of them. Because humans have a saying, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. We mean it. The overseer's voice was quiet now. Dangerous. You're threatening mutual destruction. Not threatening, Webb corrected. Promising. You want war? We'll give you war. The kind where nobody wins. The kind where victory and defeat the council war room was organized chaos. Dozens of technicians worked at holographic displays that showed the entire theater of operations. The overseer hovered at the center, coordinating responses while Webb watched from his containment field. They had moved him here deliberately. They wanted him to see humanity's defeat. They wanted to break him by showing him the futility of resistance. But as the reports flooded in, Webb saw something different. He saw confusion, hesitation, the first cracks in the Council's confidence. Fleet Commander Vrin Taral reporting. A voice crackled over the communication system. We have arrived at New Hebrides colony with Battle Group 7. 2,000 ships as ordered, Overseer. The holographic display showed the system. New Hebrides was a modest colony on a planet with 3 moons. The human defense fleet was visible on sensors. Barely 100 ships clustered around the main settlement. Destroy the defense fleet, the Overseer commanded. Then begin orbital bombardment of military targets. Keep civilian casualties to a minimum. We are not monsters. Webb said nothing, but he smiled slightly. The battle began exactly as the Council expected. The Vrin ships were faster, stronger, better armed. They moved in perfect formation, their shields absorbing the human weapons fire with ease. The human ships fought back desperately, using every trick they knew. They paired up, covering each other's weak points. They concentrated fire on single targets, trying to overwhelm shields through sheer persistence. They even attempted ramming attacks when their weapons ran dry. It was brave. It was futile. Within 30 minutes, the human defense fleet was reduced to debris. Pitiful, the Kron delegate muttered, watching from the war room. They fought with courage, but courage means nothing against superior force. Webb still said nothing. He simply watched. The Vrin fleet moved into low orbit, preparing for bombardment. Their weapons could precisely target military installations, while leaving civilian areas mostly intact. It was surgical, civilized, the proper way to conduct warfare. That's when the colony exploded. The blast registered on every sensor in the system. The entire planet's surface erupted with the fury of 1,000 fusion reactors detonating simultaneously. The shockwave caught the Vrin ships in low orbit before they could react. Shields that could withstand weapons fire meant nothing against the raw physics of a planet-scale explosion. 300 ships vanished in the first second. Another 500 were caught by the expanding plasma wave, their hulls melting like wax. The remaining ships tried to jump to faster-than-light speeds, but the gravitational distortions from the blast made it impossible. They could only watch as their fleet died. The remaining human ships, small and fast, used the chaos to jump away. They vanished into faster-than-light travel, leaving behind nothing but destruction. The war room fell silent. Every being present stared at the display in shock. Where New Hebrides had been, there was now a glowing cloud of radioactive debris. What happened? The overseer demanded. Report! A technician worked frantically. The colony's fusion reactors were overloaded, simultaneously. Along with every ship in orbit, every fuel depot, every power core. The colonists evacuated weeks ago, Overseer. The entire planet was a trap. A bomb waiting for us to get close. The Kron delegate turned to Webb. You destroyed your own colony, killed your own planet. Better a dead world than a world you control, Webb said quietly. And better your ships destroyed than allowed to move on to the next target. 300 Vrin warships gone in an instant. How long does it take to build replacements? Years, decades? The Overseer's mandibles clicked rapidly. This changes nothing. We have other fleets, other colonies to target. Then I suggest you check on them, Webb said. More alarms, more reports. The technicians' voices overlapped in their urgency. Explosion detected at Armstrong Station. Antimatter signature. The colony at New Shanghai is gone. Same pattern as New Hebrides. Zelthari fleet engaging human forces at Ross 128. They're reporting unusual tactics. Human ships refusing standard engagement. The holographic display zoomed to Ross 128. A Zelthari fleet of 1,500 ships had cornered a human force of maybe 70 vessels near a gas giant. The human ships should have been destroyed quickly. Instead, they were fighting in a way the Council had never seen. The human ships dove into the gas giant's atmosphere, using the dense clouds to hide. They emerged at random points, fired on the Zelthari ships, then dove back into cover before return fire could hit them. When Zelthari ships followed them into the atmosphere, the humans led them into storms where lightning and pressure crushed hulls. When the Zelthari tried to bombard the planet from orbit, the humans used the moons as cover, their smaller ships able to hide behind celestial bodies, while the massive Zelthari dreadnoughts had nowhere to go. It was infuriating, uncivilized, dishonorable, and it was working. They're not fighting to win, the Vrin commander said, watching in disbelief. They're fighting to survive as long as possible. No, Webb corrected. They're fighting to make you pay. Every ship you lose, every hour you waste, every resource you expend, that's what they're fighting for. To make victory so expensive, you start to question if it's worth it. A new voice came over the communications. This is Dreadnought Zelthari Prime. We have lost 40 ships trying to eliminate a human force 1/10 our size. They refuse honorable combat. They strike and run. They use terrain. They sacrifice damaged ships to destroy ours. This is not war. This is barbarism. This is human war, Webb said. Get used to it. The reports continued through the night. Every human colony became a battlefield, and every battlefield became a lesson in frustration. The humans refused to fight the way the Council expected. They booby-trapped their own installations. They hid weapons in civilian structures. They used suicide tactics, ramming damaged ships into valuable targets. They spread mines that drifted for days before activating. They released clouds of reflective particles that jammed sensors. They hacked Council communications and broadcast demoralizing propaganda. Worst of all, they targeted Council psychology. Human analysts had studied every species, learning what frightened them, what made them hesitate, what broke their morale. Vrin warriors found themselves facing opponents who screamed in their own language over open channels, who knew their names, who described their families on their homeworld. Zelthari energy beings encountered human weapons specifically designed to disrupt their matrices, causing pain their species thought impossible. Kron silicon forms discovered that humans had developed nanites that could corrupt their crystalline structures, causing madness. None of these weapons violated the letter of galactic law because humanity had never signed the treaties. They were not Council members. They had no honor codes to break because they had never agreed to them. The war room's atmosphere changed over the following days. The initial confidence disappeared. Council members argued with each other, blaming different fleets for incompetence, questioning strategies that had worked for millennia. Webb watched it all from his containment field. They had stopped talking to him directly, but he knew they were aware of his presence. They shot him angry glances, as if his existence was somehow responsible for their problems. On the fourth day, a Vrin fleet commander's voice came over the communications, tight with barely controlled rage. This is Commander Talash at the Nova Scotia colony. We have spent 16 hours in combat with a human defensive force. They have turned every building into a fortress, every street into a kill zone. My warriors are trained for honorable combat, not this guerrilla butchery. We have lost 200 soldiers clearing 3 city blocks. At this rate, it will take months to secure this single colony. And for what? When we finally take it, it will be rubble. The humans are destroying everything as they retreat. We will win nothing but ruins. The Overseer's response was cold. Continue the assault, Commander. Overseer, with respect, why? What is the strategic value of a devastated colony? What do we gain from this? We gain obedience, the Overseer said. We gain the knowledge that the Council cannot be defied. But Webb heard the uncertainty in that ancient voice. The first whisper of doubt. More days passed. More fleets engaged human forces. More ships were lost. The casualty reports climbed steadily. 500 Council ships destroyed. 1,000. 1,500. The numbers were small compared to the Council's total strength, but they were growing. And more troubling, they were unpredictable. Traditional military analysis suggested that at this rate, humanity would be defeated in weeks. But traditional analysis assumed a traditional war. It assumed enemy forces that could be located and destroyed. It assumed territory that could be held. It assumed an enemy that fought for victory. Humanity was doing none of these things. Their fleets scattered and regrouped unpredictably. Their colonies were either destroyed or turned into meat grinders. Their soldiers fought until they died, taking as many Council troops with them as possible. They were not trying to win. They were trying to bleed the Council dry. A Zelthari commander's transmission was particularly telling. We have successfully taken the Mars orbital stations. The humans abandoned them without... 3 months into the war, Admiral Marcus Webb had become thinner. His captors still fed him, but the stress of watching the conflict unfold had taken its toll. His hair had gone completely white. New lines had appeared on his face, but his eyes remained sharp, watching everything, missing nothing. The war room had become his permanent prison. The Council wanted him there, needed him there perhaps. He was their reminder of what they were fighting against. Or maybe they just wanted him to see humanity's inevitable defeat. But defeat was taking longer than anyone expected. The holographic displays told the story in numbers that kept growing. The Council had lost 30% of its fleet. Not 30% destroyed exactly. Some ships were damaged beyond repair. Others were trapped in systems where human tactics made exit dangerous. Still others were tied up in occupations that consumed resources like hungry mouths. But the effect was the same. The Council's effective fighting force had been reduced by nearly a third. The losses weren't evenly distributed, which made things worse. The Vryn had taken the heaviest casualties, their warrior culture making them the most aggressive and therefore the most vulnerable to human ambush tactics. The Zelthari had lost fewer ships but were suffering from psychological trauma their species was not equipped to handle. The Kron, most resistant to physical damage, had instead fallen victim to human cyber warfare that corrupted their silicon-based thinking processes. Worst of all, the Council was fracturing. Webb listened to the arguments that filled the war room daily now. Species blaming each other for failures, questions about strategy that would have been unthinkable 3 months ago, whispers about the cost versus the gain. This is madness, a Vryn commander declared on the 7th day of the 3rd month. We have lost 4,000 ships. 4,000. To accomplish what? We have taken 3 human colonies and found them worthless. Radioactive wastelands or ruins so thoroughly destroyed they cannot be salvaged. Every other colony we attack becomes another bleeding ulcer, consuming troops and resources while giving us nothing in return. We are establishing dominance, the Overseer replied, but its voice lacked the earlier certainty. We are teaching the humans the price of defiance, are we? The Zelthari representative's mechanical body flickered with agitation. Or are they teaching us? My analysts have been studying human propaganda broadcasts. They are being transmitted to every corner of the galaxy. Every species can see them. They show our ships burning, our soldiers fleeing, our fleets confused and outmaneuvered. They are not broadcasting defeat. They are broadcasting resistance, and others are watching. Webb had seen the broadcasts. Humanity's media warfare was almost as effective as their physical warfare. They had turned every battle, even losses, into propaganda victories. A single human ship ramming a Council dreadnought became a symbol of determination. Colonists fighting to the last became martyrs. Destroyed colonies became proof that humans would rather die free than live under council rule. The message was spreading. Webb had heard reports of unrest in council territory. Species that had been conquered centuries ago were suddenly restless. Pirates and raiders who had been suppressed were becoming bold again. The iron grip of council authority was loosening. The Talvec system has requested military aid, a technician reported. Rebel forces are attacking council installations. Tell them we have no ships to spare, the overseer snapped. All our forces are committed to the human war. That's their third request this week, overseer. If we don't respond, we risk losing the entire sector. Webb spoke quietly. Your empire is starting to crumble. We told you this would happen. The overseer whirled on him. Silence, human. This is your fault. Your species' barbarism is infecting the galaxy with chaos. No, Webb replied calmly. We just showed everyone else that the council could be challenged. They're making their own choices about what to do with that information. A new alarm interrupted the argument. A technician called out urgently. Overseer, we're detecting unusual energy signatures in human space. Multiple locations. The signatures are consistent with weapons of mass destruction being brought online. The overseer moved to the display. Show me. The hologram zoomed to show Earth's solar system. Around the planets, on moons, and asteroid bases, weapons were activating. The display marked them with red icons. Nuclear arsenals, biological weapon facilities, chemical weapon stores, and others weapons the Council's sensors couldn't fully identify. Those are the weapons we told you about, Webb said. The ones we designed specifically for each of your species. We've been holding them in reserve, hoping we wouldn't need them. But if you push us to extinction, we'll use them all. You're bluffing, the Kron delegate said, but its crystalline form flickered with uncertainty. To deploy such weapons would be suicide. The Council would retaliate with total annihilation. Yes, Webb agreed. It would be suicide. Mutually assured destruction. The same doctrine that kept humanity from destroying itself for 50 years. You think it doesn't work? Ask my grandparents' generation. They lived under that threat every day. They were ready to push the button if necessary. So are we. The overseer studied the display. This is madness. Total war serves no one. That's what we've been trying to tell you, Webb said. But you wouldn't listen. You thought your superiority made you invincible. You thought primitive humans would bow to your threats. You were wrong. A Vryn general stood, its spines glowing with rage. We should strike now. Full force. Commit everything. Crush them before they can deploy these abominations. And lose how many more ships? The Zilthari representative asked. We have already lost 30% of our fleet. A full assault on fortified human positions could cost us another 30%, maybe more. And for what? To rule over radioactive ruins while our empire collapses behind us? We cannot show weakness, the overseer insisted. If we back down now, every species in the galaxy will challenge us. They're already challenging us, Webb pointed out. You've received, 10 requests for military aid in the past week? How many more rebellions will start if you commit your remaining forces to defeating humanity? How many of your subject species will see this as their chance for freedom? The chamber fell into an uneasy silence. Webb could see the calculations happening behind alien eyes. The math was simple and brutal. They could probably defeat humanity, but the cost would leave them vulnerable. And in the galaxy's current state, vulnerability meant death. More days passed. The Council continued to fight, but the intensity decreased. They were pulling back, consolidating forces, choosing battles more carefully. The aggressive pushes became defensive positions. The overwhelming assaults became cautious probes. Webb watched it all and knew the war was ending. Not with victory or defeat, but with exhaustion. On the 93rd day, the Overseer came to Webb's containment field alone. The ancient being looked tired, if such a thing was possible for a creature of its type. Why? The Overseer asked simply. Webb understood the question. Why resist? Because you gave us no choice. You demanded we surrender our colonies. You threatened our species with elimination. What did you expect us to do? We expected you to be reasonable, to recognize reality. Reality is subjective, Webb said. Your reality is 10,000 years of unchallenged rule. Our reality is 10,000 years of constant struggle for survival. We see the world differently. Your species is suicidal. Maybe, Webb admitted. Or maybe we just value freedom more than safety. Maybe we'd rather die fighting than live as subjects. It's a human thing. You might not understand it. The overseer was quiet for a long moment. The council is prepared to negotiate. Webb felt something loosen in his chest. Relief, maybe. Or perhaps just recognition that the worst might be avoided. What are your terms? We will withdraw from human space. You will keep your colonies. But there must be guarantees. You cannot be allowed to threaten galactic stability. We never wanted to threaten anyone, Webb said. We just wanted to be left alone to grow at our own pace. That is not possible now. Your resistance has inspired others. The galaxy is less stable because of your actions. Webb shook his head. The galaxy is less stable because your empire was built on threats and intimidation. We just showed everyone that the Emperor has no clothes. That was always going to happen eventually. We just accelerated the timeline. What do you want, human? What will it take to end this war? Webb stood straight despite his exhaustion. Complete withdrawal from all human space. Reparations for the colonies you destroyed in your initial attacks. And a non-aggression pact. You leave us alone, we leave you alone. You don't threaten our species, we don't deploy our weapons of mass destruction. Simple. And if we refuse, then the war continues until one of us is extinct. Maybe both. Your choice. The overseer made a sound that Webb's translator struggled to interpret. Frustration, maybe, or defeat. The council will consider your terms. Don't take too long, Webb said. My people are getting tired. When humans get tired, they get dangerous. They start thinking that if they're going to die anyway, they might as well take everyone with them. You've seen our history. You know what we're capable of. The overseer left without another word. Thank you for watching and comment for next part. Jake Morrison stood in the center of the massive chamber and tried not to let his hands shake. The Galactic Council's meeting hall stretched higher than any building on Earth, its crystal walls glowing with soft blue light that hurt his eyes. 12 giant thrones formed a circle around him, each one holding an alien being that looked down at him like he was some kind of bug they had found on their shoe. Commander Lisa Hayes stood to his right, her military uniform crisp and perfect, despite the long journey from Earth. Dr. Alex Turner was on his left, clutching a datapad that held humanity's greatest achievements and discoveries. All three humans looked very small in this place that was built to make visitors feel tiny and unimportant. Chancellor Zektar of the Vorthak hegemony leaned forward on his throne. His gray skin was covered in sharp ridges, and his forearms moved, like deadly snakes as he gestured. When he spoke, his voice echoed through the chamber like thunder rolling across mountains. So these are the humans who think they belong among the stars, he said, and Jake could hear the mockery in every word. The crystalline Empress Velnara sat perfectly still, her body made of what looked like living diamond that caught and split the chamber's light into rainbow patterns. Her voice sounded like wind chimes when she spoke. We have reviewed your species application for membership in our council, she said. The results are most interesting. Jake had practiced his speech 1,000 times during the long trip from Earth, but now all those words seemed to stick in his throat. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. Your honors, humanity comes before you not as beggars asking for charity, but as partners ready to contribute to the greater galactic community. A sound that might have been laughter came from council member Thisara, whose snake-like body coiled around her floating throne. Her scales shifted from green to dark red as she spoke. Partners, she hissed, your species has existed for barely 10,000 years of what you call civilization. We have watched entire star systems be born and die while your kind was still learning to make fire. Dr. Turner stepped forward and activated his datapad. Holographic images filled the air above them, showing Earth's great cities, the first Mars colonies, humanity's art and music and literature. We may be young, he said, his voice steady despite the fear Jake could see in his eyes. But we have accomplished much in our short time. We have turned a single world into a garden, reached for other planets, and created beauty that moves the heart. The images showed human paintings and sculptures, recordings of symphonies and operas, great buildings that reached toward the sky like prayers made of stone and metal. They showed the cure for cancer, the first fusion reactors, the development of faster-than-light travel that had brought them to this place. Council member Morthek, whose body looked like it was made of living stone, rumbled deep in his chest. Impressive for children, perhaps, he said. But what can you offer beings who have mastered the secrets of time and space? What wisdom can creatures who live barely a century share with those who have existed for millions of years? Jake felt anger rise in his chest, but he pushed it down. Getting angry would only prove their point about human emotions being a weakness. We offer a fresh perspective, he said. We see problems with new eyes and find solutions that others might miss. We adapt quickly to new situations, and we never give up when things get difficult. Adapt? Zektar's forearms spread wide in what might have been amusement. You mean you stumble around trying random things until something works by accident? That is not adaptation, human, that is chaos. Commander Hayes stepped forward, her military training helping her keep her voice calm and professional. With respect, Chancellor, humanity has survived ice ages, plagues, wars, and natural disasters that would have destroyed other species. We have turned every setback into a chance to grow stronger. That is not chaos. That is determination. The Empress Velnara tilted her head, the crystals of her body chiming softly. Determination is admirable in the young, she said. But the galaxy is vast and full of dangers you cannot imagine. Ancient powers sleep between the stars, waiting for the wrong move to wake them. Civilizations that thought themselves mighty have vanished without a trace, leaving only empty worlds behind. Which is exactly why you need us, Jake said, and this time he let some of his passion show in his voice. You've grown comfortable and safe in your ancient wisdom. You've stopped taking risks, stopped exploring, stopped dreaming of what might be possible. Humanity still dreams. We still reach for things that seem impossible. The chamber fell silent for a long moment. Jake could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears and the soft hum of the building's systems. Finally, Council Member Thisara spoke again. Dreams are for the young and foolish, she said. The galaxy is not a playground where children can run about breaking things. Your technology is primitive, added Morthek. Your ships are slow and clumsy compared to ours. Your weapons are crude. Your understanding of physics is still in its infancy. Dr. Turner activated another section of his presentation, showing humanity's latest scientific discoveries and technological achievements. We may not have your advanced technology yet, he said, but we're learning fast. Give us a chance to prove ourselves and you'll be amazed at what we can accomplish. Zektar made a gesture with two of his arms that Jake somehow knew was dismissive. Learning fast is not the same as knowing deeply, the Chancellor said. You rush toward every new discovery like children chasing after bright toys, never stopping to consider the consequences of what you do. The Council has existed for over 2 million years, Velnara said, her crystal body flashing brighter. In that time, we have seen countless young species make the same mistakes, over and over again. They reach too far, too fast, and destroy themselves or threaten others. We will not allow such chaos to spread to the civilized galaxy. Jake felt his hope starting to crumble, but he made one last desperate attempt. Then teach us, he said. Guide us. Help us become the kind of species you want us to be. Isn't that what the Council is for? To help younger species grow and learn? The silence that followed lasted forever. Finally, Thisara spoke for all of them. The vote is unanimous, she said. Humanity is denied membership in the Galactic Council. Furthermore, we cordially request that your species restrict all activities to your home system until such time as you achieve true civilization. We estimate this will require perhaps another 10,000 of your years, assuming you do not destroy yourselves first. Jake felt the words hit him like a physical blow. All of humanity's hopes and dreams, all the work that had gone into reaching this moment, crushed in a single sentence. But even as despair filled his heart, he straightened his shoulders and looked up at the 12 beings who had just dismissed his entire species. Very well, he said, his voice somehow steady. We thank the Council for their time and consideration. Humanity will comply with your request. He paused, and something in his eyes made several of the Council members lean forward slightly. We wish you well in your ancient wisdom and comfortable safety. The humans were given 48 hours to evacuate all human presence from Council space. As they walked out of that vast chamber, Jake Morrison was already thinking about what came next. The message arrived on Earth like a thunderbolt from the sky. President Karen Walsh stood in the emergency meeting room deep beneath the White House, watching the faces of the world's leaders on the wall-mounted screens as Jake Morrison's recorded report played for the third time. The room was silent except for the quiet hum of air conditioning and the occasional cough from one of the dozen people gathered around the long table. General Pete Rodriguez slammed his fist down on the table, hard enough to make the water glasses jump. 48 hours, he said, his voice thick with anger. They give us 48 hours to pack up everything we've built out there and come crawling home like beaten dogs. Admiral Nancy Chen sat across from him, her fingers drumming against the table's surface. The evacuation is already underway, she said. I've sent recall orders to every ship, station, and outpost in Council space. Our people are professionals and they'll follow orders, but morale is going to take a beating. Dr. Ben Parker adjusted his thick glasses and leaned forward. Perhaps we should look at this differently, he said in his quiet voice. The Council has just told us that we're free to develop without their interference or oversight. That could be an opportunity rather than a punishment. Opportunity? General Rodriguez turned to stare at him. They've locked us in a box and thrown away the key. How is that an opportunity? Dr. Rita Coleman, the head of Earth's space science program, cleared her throat. Ben has a point, she said. Think about it from a different angle. For the past 50 years, we've been trying to copy Council technology, following their rules, adapting our methods to match their expectations. What if we stopped trying to be what they want us to be and focused on being what we are? President, Walsh raised her hand for silence. Explain that thought, Rita. Coleman stood up and walked to the large display screen at the front of the room. With a few touches, she brought up a star map showing human space and the much larger area controlled by the Council. The Council controls roughly 30% of the galaxy, she said. They've been around for 2 million years and they've spread out slowly and carefully, avoiding anything that looks dangerous or unknown. Look at their territory. See how it forms a rough sphere around the galactic center, never going too close to the really active star-forming regions or the areas where we've detected unusual energy signatures. The room studied the map. Walsh could see what Coleman meant. Council space was neat and tidy, avoiding the galaxy's wild frontiers. You're saying they've gotten cautious in their old age? I'm saying they've forgotten how to take risks, Coleman replied. But we haven't. We're still young enough to be stupid and brave enough to try things that might fail. The galaxy is huge, people. There's so much space out there that the Council has never even explored. Admiral Chen leaned back in her chair. So instead of trying to join their club, we start our own? Exactly. Coleman's eyes lit up with excitement. We take everything we've learned from our brief contact with Council technology, and we build on it. We don't copy their methods. We develop our own. We go to the places they're afraid to go, and we meet the species they've never bothered to contact. General Rodriguez still looked skeptical. And when they decide we're getting too big for our britches? What happens when they show up with their advanced weapons and tell us to get back in our box? Then we'll deal with that problem when it comes, Walsh said. Right now, I want to hear more about this expansion idea. Rita, what would it look like in practical terms? Coleman touched the display again and the map zoomed out to show the entire galaxy. We have 312 ships currently operating in Council space, she said. Everything from small research vessels to our biggest colony ships. Instead of bringing them all home, we redirect them to unexplored regions. We use them as the foundation for a new expansion program. The map lit up with dots of light spreading out from Earth's solar system. But instead of heading toward Council space, they moved in the opposite direction, toward the galaxy's outer rim and the mysterious areas between the major spiral arms. Captain Sam Foster's voice crackled over the communication system as his ship, the Liberty, reported in from the edge of Council space. Command, this is Foster. We've received the recall orders, but we're currently tracking some very interesting energy readings from a system about 200 light-years outside Council territory. Request permission to investigate before heading home. Walsh looked around the room and saw nods from most of the people present. Permission granted, Captain Foster, but be careful out there. Copy that command, Foster out. Dr. Parker pulled up another display showing Earth's current industrial capacity. If we're going to do this, we need to think big, he said. The Council rejected us partly because our technology seems primitive to them. They're not wrong about that, but they made the mistake of assuming we'd stay primitive. What are you thinking, Ben? Walsh asked. I'm thinking we stop trying to reverse engineer Council technology and start developing our own from scratch. We take the basic principles we've learned and we apply human ingenuity to them. We think outside their box entirely. Coleman nodded, enthusiastically. The Council species all seem to specialize, she said. The Vorthak focus on military technology, the crystallines work with energy systems, the stone people do construction. But humans? We're generalists. We adapt. We take ideas from one field and apply them to another in ways that would never occur to a specialist. Over the next 6 hours, the emergency session turned into something else entirely. Instead of planning humanity's retreat, they found themselves designing humanity's future. The recall orders were modified. Instead of coming home, human ships were directed to rendezvous points beyond Council space where they would receive new orders and new missions. Captain Maria Santos, commanding the research vessel Endeavour, was the first to reach her assigned rendezvous point in a previously unexplored system. Her excited report came in just as the meeting was winding down. Command, you're not going to believe this. We've found a system with 7 planets and 2 of them are in the habitable zone. But that's not the interesting part. There are ruins here, massive structures orbiting the 4th planet. They're clearly artificial, but they don't match any known Council architecture. The room fell silent. Walsh leaned forward toward the communication panel. Are you saying we've found evidence of another spacefaring civilization? That's exactly what I'm saying, ma'am. And judging by the decay patterns, these ruins are old. Really old. Maybe older than the Council itself. Admiral Chen stood up, her eyes bright with excitement. Mr. President, I request permission to redirect additional ships to Captain Santos's location. If we've stumbled onto something like this in our first day of exploration, imagine what else we might find. Walsh looked around the room one more time. Every face showed the same expression of determination and hope that she felt growing in her own chest. Permission granted, Admiral. And I want you to expand the search grid. Let's see what else is out there waiting for us. Dr. Coleman moved to the star map one final time and gestured at the vast, unexplored regions beyond Council space. Ladies and gentlemen, she said, the Council just gave us the greatest gift they could have given us. They set us free. As the meeting broke up and people began making preparations for humanity's great leap into the unknown, Walsh remained behind, staring at the star map. Somewhere out there in that vast darkness were wonders and dangers that the Council had never imagined. Species that had never heard of the Great Galactic Council and their ancient rules. Technologies that had developed along completely different paths. Worlds that had never known the touch of any sapient being. The Council had meant to humble humanity by sending them back to their little corner of space. Instead, they had pointed them toward infinity. And if there was one thing Walsh knew about her species, it was that humans had never been able to resist the call of the infinite. The evacuation from Council space continued as ordered, but now, it felt less like a retreat and more like the beginning of the greatest adventure in human history. 48 hours had seemed like so little time when they thought it meant the end of their dreams. Now it felt like barely enough time to begin, preparing for everything that was about to unfold. 50 years had passed since the Council's rejection, and Captain Tony Blake stood on the bridge of his colony ship, the New Horizon, looking out at something that would have made those ancient aliens choke on their own pride. The Kepler sector stretched before him, 800 light-years from the nearest Council world, and it was alive with human activity in ways that defied everything the Council thought they knew about how civilizations should develop. Captain, called out Lieutenant Jenny Adams from her position at the navigation console. We're receiving docking requests from 17 different vessels. The orbital traffic control system is asking us to take position 43 in the approach queue. Tony smiled as he looked at the main display showing the controlled chaos of New Terra's orbital space. Massive cargo haulers moved between the planet's 3 orbital shipyards, while smaller vessels darted between them like busy insects. Construction platforms worked on projects that stretched for kilometers, building structures that combined human engineering with design principles. Learned from a dozen different alien species the Council had never even met. Take us in, Lieutenant. I want to see what Governor Martinez has accomplished since our last visit. The New Horizon descended through New Terra's atmosphere, passing through layers of specialized habitats that had been constructed at different altitudes. High above the surface, floating cities rode the jet streams, their transparent domes filled with gardens and residential areas for humans who preferred the freedom of the open sky. Below them, the planet's surface showed the careful hand of terraforming technology that had turned a barren rock into a world where multiple species could live together in comfort. Susan Martinez met Tony at the spaceport, her hair now gray, but her eyes still bright with the enthusiasm that had driven her to become the first civilian governor of a human colony world. She wore clothing that mixed human fabrics with materials developed by their new alien partners, practical garments that could adapt to different atmospheric conditions and temperatures. "Tony Blake," she said, grabbing his hands in greeting. "You picked a good time to visit. We just finished the Deep Ocean project and the results are beyond anything we hoped for." They took a transport vehicle through the colonial capital, a city that looked like nothing Earth had ever produced. The buildings grew rather than being built, using living materials that the humans had learned to cultivate from the plant-like aliens called the Verdani. Streets curved and flowed like rivers, designed to work with the natural patterns of the planet's weather rather than fighting against them. "Tell me about the Ocean Project," Tony said as they rode through neighborhoods where human children played, alongside young Verdani and the small furry creatures called the Small Folk, who had been the first species to accept humanity's offer of friendship. Susan's face lit up with pride. "You know how the Council species always build their habitats above ground or in space? They never really explored what could be accomplished underwater. Well, we partnered with the deep swimmers and created something amazing. The transport brought them to the edge of a vast body of water that stretched to the horizon. Beneath the surface, Tony could see the lights of an underwater city that extended far below, its towers and domes arranged in patterns that followed the ocean's natural currents. Ships that moved like fish swam between the structures, carrying people and cargo through the liquid environment. The deep swimmers taught us how to build with the water instead of in spite of it," Susan explained. "Every structure down there produces its own oxygen and processes waste into useful materials. The city actually improves the ocean's health rather than polluting it." "And the population? We've got over 2 million people living down there now. Humans and aliens working together on projects the Council never dreamed of. They descended in a submarine vessel that moved through the water with organic grace, inside the underwater city. Tony saw gardens where earth plants grew alongside alien species, creating ecosystems that had never existed anywhere else in the galaxy. Research laboratories worked on projects that combined human curiosity with alien knowledge, developing new technologies that solved problems in ways that surprised everyone involved. Dr. Frank Hudson, the city's head of research, met them at the Central Laboratory Complex. His team had just completed work on a communication system that could transmit messages across the galaxy instantly, using principles that combined human understanding of quantum physics with insights learned from the energy-based lifeforms called the Sparklings. "The Council's quantum link networks are impressive," Frank explained as he showed them the new system. "But they're based on the assumption that information has to travel through normal space-time. The Sparklings exist partially outside normal space, so they experience time and distance differently. When we applied their perspective to our quantum theories, we discovered we could create communication channels that bypass space-time entirely." Tony watched the demonstration with amazement. Messages sent from New Terra reached colony worlds hundreds of light years away in mere seconds, with perfect clarity and no signal degradation. "How long before this technology is available to all our colonies?" "We're already installing the equipment," Frank replied. "Within 6 months, every human settlement will be connected by instant communication. We'll be able to coordinate activities across our entire expansion zone as if we were all in the same solar system. Their tour continued to the planet's northern continent, where Major Kate Wilson was overseeing a terraforming project that was turning a lifeless desert into fertile farmland. But this was not the crude terraforming that human engineers had imagined back on Earth. Working with the crystalline beings called the Shapers, Kate's team had learned to transform entire continents by working with the planet's natural systems, rather than overwhelming them. We start by introducing the right microorganisms to the soil, Kate explained as they stood on an observation platform, looking out over thousands of square kilometers of green fields, where desert had existed just 5 years before. The Shapers taught us that every world has its own unique chemistry, and if you understand that chemistry, you can guide its development instead of forcing change upon it. The fields below them grew crops that had been developed specifically for this world's conditions. Plants that combined Earth genetics with adaptations learned from studying how alien species had evolved to thrive in similar environments. The yields were higher than anything achieved on Earth, and the crops required no artificial fertilizers or pesticides because they had been designed to work in harmony with the planet's native ecosystem. As they traveled back to the capital city, Susan showed Tony recordings from other human colonies that demonstrated the incredible diversity of what humanity had accomplished in just 50 years. On the ice world of Glacier Prime, humans had built underground cities that used geothermal energy to create tropical environments in chambers carved from solid ice. The mining world of Rockfall had developed techniques for extracting metals and rare elements without damaging planetary environments, methods that were so effective that even the rock-based species called the Stonekin had asked to learn them. But perhaps most impressive were the collaborative projects with alien species that the Council had either never encountered or had dismissed as too primitive for consideration. The insectoid hive builders had joined with human engineers to create construction techniques that could build massive structures in days rather than years. The gaseous beings called the Cloudwalkers had taught human pilots how to navigate in three-dimensional space using principles that made human spacecraft incredibly agile and efficient. The best part, Susan said as they sat in her office overlooking the bustling colonial capital, is that we're just getting started. Every month brings new discoveries, new partnerships, new possibilities. The Council thought 50 years was barely enough time for a species to learn basic space travel. In 50 years, we've created something they never imagined in 2 million years. Tony looked out at the city below, where humans and aliens worked together on projects that would have been impossible for any single species to accomplish. Children of multiple species played together in parks designed to accommodate different environmental needs. Scientists from dozens of worlds collaborated on research that pushed the boundaries of what anyone thought was possible. "How many colonies do we have now?" he asked. 312 worlds across 57 star systems, Susan replied. And that's not counting the mobile habitats, the research stations, or the joint settlements we've established with our new allies. We estimate that human space now covers roughly the same volume as the Council's territory, but we've accomplished it in 50 years instead of 2 million. Tony shook his head in wonder. What do you think the Council would say if they could see this? Susan's smile was sharp and satisfied. I think they would realize they made the biggest mistake in galactic history when they told us to go away and grow up. We did exactly what they asked us to do. We just did it faster and better than they thought was possible. As the New Horizon prepared to leave New Terra and continue on to other human colonies, Tony received a priority message from Earth. President Coleman, Junior Analyst Mordoon of the Vorthak hegemony, stared at his detection screens with growing confusion. The readings made no sense according to everything he had been taught about how the galaxy worked. Strange energy signatures were appearing near the outer rim territories, patterns that did not match any known technology in the Council databases. He filed his first report as routine sensor glitches, the kind of false readings that sometimes occurred when monitoring equipment operated at the extreme edges of its range. Council member Thisara dismissed his findings without even reading the full analysis. After all, nothing interesting had ever come from those empty sectors beyond Council space. They were wastelands unsuitable for civilized beings, But the reports kept coming. Survey ships detected unusual hyperspace distortions in areas that should have been completely empty. Deep space monitoring stations recorded brief flashes of artificial energy that appeared and vanished too quickly to properly analyze. Most disturbing of all, several border patrols reported sighting unidentified vessels that appeared to be using faster-than-light technology, but with engine signatures unlike anything in Council records. The first real shock came when the crystalline, trading convoy Bright Harmony encountered a strange vessel while conducting routine business near the edge of Council territory. Captain Zelnoth had been expecting to meet with primitive traders from one of the barely civilized worlds that sometimes tried to sell raw materials to Council merchants. Instead, he found himself facing the human merchant ship Prosperity, commanded by Captain Greg Thompson, and nothing about the encounter went according to his expectations. The human vessel was beautiful in ways that made no sense to Zelnoth's understanding of proper starship design. Its hull seemed to flow like liquid metal, constantly adjusting its shape for optimal efficiency. When micrometeorites struck its surface during their conversation, he watched in amazement as the hull material flowed to repair the tiny impacts, instantly leaving no trace of damage. "This is Captain Thompson of the Prosperity," came the transmission, and Zelnoth was surprised to hear the human speaking perfect galactic standard with no trace of the accent that primitive species usually displayed. "We're on a peaceful trading mission. How can we assist you today?" Zelnoth had dealt with hundreds of lesser species over his long career. They all followed the same pattern when encountering Council vessels. First came fear and awe at meeting representatives of the great galactic civilization. Then came desperate attempts to prove their worthiness through excessive deference and pathetic offerings of whatever crude goods they had managed to produce. But Captain Thompson showed no fear, no awe, and certainly no deference. He spoke to Zelnoth as an equal, with the casual confidence of someone who had every right to be traveling freely through space conducting his own business. When Zelnoth announced his intention to conduct an inspection of the human vessel, as was standard procedure with unknown ships, Thompson's response left him speechless. "I appreciate the offer, Captain Zelnoth, but we'll have to decline. Our cargo manifest is available if you'd like to review it, and we're happy to provide proof of registration and legitimate trading permits. However, our vessel contains proprietary technology and confidential trade information that we cannot allow foreign inspection of without proper diplomatic authorization." No one had ever refused a Council inspection. No one had ever suggested that Council representatives needed authorization from anyone to examine whatever they chose to examine. The concept was so foreign to Zelnoth's experience that he initially thought he had misunderstood the human's words. "You are refusing to submit to Council authority?" he asked, certain that the human would immediately apologize for the misunderstanding and comply with proper procedures. "We respect Council authority within Council space," Thompson replied politely, but firmly. "However, according to our navigation records, we are currently in unclaimed territory beyond Council borders. As representatives of the Free Traders Alliance, we operate under our own regulations in neutral space." The Free Traders Alliance. Zelnoth had never heard of such an organization, but something about the human's calm confidence suggested this was not some made-up excuse. Thompson spoke like someone backed by real authority, real power, real alternatives to Council approval. The encounter ended with the human vessel departing peacefully, leaving Zelnoth to file a very disturbing report. The humans he remembered from 50 years ago had been primitive creatures barely capable of crude space travel. The being he had just spoken with represented a civilization that clearly considered itself equal to the Council in every way that mattered. More reports followed. Council deep space monitoring stations detected massive energy signatures coming from the direction of former human space. The reading suggested construction projects on a scale that rivaled the greatest achievements of Council engineering, but using power sources that produced energy signatures unlike anything in their databases. The breakthrough moment came when long-range sensors detected the activation of what could only be described as an artificial star. Dr. Rachel Stone's team on Luna Station had successfully tested humanity's first controlled stellar engineering project, a fusion reactor the size of a small moon that could power entire sectors of space. The energy output was staggering, visible to Council sensors from hundreds of light years away. More disturbing was the sophistication required for such a project. Creating artificial stars was considered theoretical, even by Council standards, a technology that might be achievable in another million years of careful research and development. Chancellor Zektar convened an emergency session of the full Council when the sensor reports reached his attention. The 12 great beings who ruled galactic civilization gathered in their crystal chamber, but this time they were not looking down at primitive supplicants. This time they were looking up at displays showing energy readings and technological achievements that surpassed their own capabilities. "This cannot be accurate," insisted Council member Thyssera, her scales shifting through the colors that indicated deep distress. "The humans were barely above Stone Age technology when we last evaluated them. No species develops this rapidly." Empress Velnara's crystalline body pulsed with worried light patterns. "The readings have been verified by multiple sensor networks," she said, her wind chime voice carrying undertones of concern. "Whatever the humans have become, they are no longer the primitive creatures we dismissed 50 years ago." More reports arrived hourly. Council intelligence networks had finally focused their attention on human space, and the results were shocking. Humanity had not simply developed advanced technology. They had apparently convinced dozens of other species to work with them, creating some kind of alliance that was expanding through previously unexplored regions of the galaxy at unprecedented speed. The recordings from Captain Zelnoth's encounter were analyzed by Council experts who reached disturbing conclusions. The human vessel's technology was not simply advanced. It was innovative in ways that suggested fundamentally different approaches to solving engineering problems. Where Council technology had developed along predictable paths over millions of years, human technology seemed to leap from one breakthrough to another without following any logical progression. "They appear to be collaborating with species we have never encountered," reported Chief Analyst Thekmore. "Our xenobiological databases contain no reference to at least 17 different technological signatures detected in what we now must refer to as human space. They have apparently made contact with civilizations that we were completely unaware." The final straw came when border monitoring stations detected a massive fleet of human vessels, conducting what appeared to be a joint military exercise with unknown aliens near the edge of Council space. The ships moved with precision and coordination that demonstrated advanced tactical thinking, using formation techniques that no Council military strategist had ever imagined. Chancellor Zektar stood before the great display showing the growing extent of human expansion and felt something he had not experienced in thousands of years: uncertainty. The galaxy that had been stable and predictable for so long was changing in ways that challenged everything the Council thought they knew about how civilizations should develop. "Perhaps," suggested Empress Velnara carefully, her voice carrying harmonics of diplomatic necessity, "we should extend another invitation to the humans, as equals this time, with full membership rights and voting privileges." The silence that followed lasted for several minutes as the 12 most powerful beings in known space contemplated the unprecedented step of admitting they had made a mistake. Finally, Thyssera spoke the words that none of them wanted to say, out loud. "Draft the invitation," she said, her scales now showing the dull gray colors of reluctant acceptance. "And make it clear that we are prepared to offer them everything they originally requested, plus additional concessions if necessary." The message was sent immediately, transmitted to Earth through the Council's most secure diplomatic channels. It was addressed to Ambassador Jake Morrison, if he was still alive, or to whoever now spoke for humanity in galactic affairs. Ambassador Jake Morrison, now 78 years old but still sharp as the day he had stood before the Council half a century ago, received the message aboard the flagship vessel Enterprise while it was docked at Harmony Station, humanity's greatest achievement in collaborative engineering. Admiral Chris Parker stood beside him as they read the Council's invitation on the bridge's main display, both men wearing expressions that mixed amusement with something harder and less forgiving. "They want to make us equals now," Jake said, his voice carrying the weight of decades spent building something better than what the Council had offered. Full membership rights, voting privileges, and what they call additional concessions if necessary. Admiral Parker looked out through the bridge windows at Harmony Station's central hub, where representatives from 47 different species worked together on projects that pushed the boundaries of what anyone had thought possible. "Too little, too late," he said simply. Jake activated the communication system and sent a response that would be received by the Council in minutes, rather than the weeks their own message had taken to travel. The reply was brief, polite, and devastating in its implications. To the Galactic Council, from Ambassador Jake Morrison, representing humanity and our allies in the Free Species Federation, thank you for your gracious invitation to join the Council as full members. After careful consideration, humanity must respectfully decline your offer. The message was broadcast simultaneously across both human space and Council territory, ensuring that every inhabited world in both regions would hear humanity's response at the same time. But Jake was far from finished. He had spent 50 years preparing for this moment, and he intended to make it count. However, his message continued. Humanity would like to extend our own invitation to the Galactic Council and all member species. We invite you to join the Free Species Federation, an alliance built on principles of mutual respect, voluntary cooperation, and shared discovery. Unlike traditional hierarchical structures, the FSF operates as a true partnership where every species contributes, according to their strengths and benefits, according to their needs. What followed was a presentation that showcased everything humanity had accomplished with their new allies. The display showed joint colonies where multiple species lived and worked together, creating environments that were more diverse and productive than anything any single species could have achieved alone. Research facilities demonstrated breakthrough technologies that had emerged from collaborative efforts between human curiosity and alien knowledge. The deep swimmer cities showed architectural principles that worked with natural forces rather than against them. The Verdani agricultural projects demonstrated farming techniques that improved planetary ecosystems while producing unprecedented yields. The Shaper terraforming operations revealed methods for transforming worlds that enhanced rather than destroyed their natural beauty. Most impressive were the exploration missions that human-led alliances had conducted in regions of space that the Council had never dared to investigate. Captain Diana Ross of the exploration vessel Voyager 3 appeared on screen, reporting from the edge of the galactic core where her mixed-species crew had discovered phenomena that revolutionized understanding of stellar evolution and galactic structure. The Council has spent 2 million years building a civilization based on maintaining the status quo. Diana reported from her ship's bridge, where human and alien crew members worked side by side. The Free Species Federation has spent 50 years proving that diversity and innovation are the true keys to progress. Jake's presentation included detailed comparisons between Council achievements and FSF accomplishments. In terms of territorial expansion, the FSF had covered as much space in 50 years as the Council had claimed in their first million. In technological development, human-led collaborations had produced advances that surpassed Council capabilities in multiple fields. Most important, the FSF had made peaceful contact with over 200 species that the Council had never encountered, creating a network of cooperation that spanned previously unexplored regions of the galaxy. The response from Council space was immediate and dramatic. Within hours of Jake's broadcast, formal diplomatic inquiries began arriving from individual Council member species. The Aquatic Depths Collective, which had always struggled with the Council's atmospheric bias toward air-breathing species, sent a delegation to the nearest FSF territory to discuss membership possibilities. The young flame dancers, who had been considered too primitive for full Council membership despite 50,000 years of civilization, found kindred spirits in humanity's rapid development and sent representatives to explore partnership opportunities. Even some of the older Council species began quietly investigating what the FSF had to offer, compared to the rigid hierarchies they had endured for millions of years. But the most shocking defection came from the Stonekin, the ancient rock-based species that had been among the Council's founding members. Elder Granite Who Remembers appeared in a formal broadcast that was transmitted throughout known space, announcing his people's decision to withdraw from the Council and join the Free Species Federation. For 10 million years, the Stonekin have watched the galaxy turn while the Council remained still. the ancient being said, his voice carrying the weight of geological ages. We have seen enough of stagnation. It is time to learn from these young humans who have shown us that age means nothing without the willingness to grow. Chancellor Zektar stood alone in the council chamber as half the member species formally announced their departure for the FSF. His forearms trembled with rage, and something that might have been fear as he watched the empire that had ruled the galaxy for 2 million years crumble in a matter of weeks. The remaining council members gathered for an emergency session that felt more like a funeral than a meeting of galactic leaders. Empress Velnara's crystalline body had lost its usual brilliant glow, dulled by the realization that their ancient authority was collapsing around them. "How did this happen?" asked Council Member Thisara, her scales cycling through colors that indicated deep confusion and distress. How did a species we dismissed as primitive create something that surpassed everything we built? The answer came from an unexpected source. Dr. Rachel Stone's scientific reports had been analyzed by council researchers who finally understood what they had missed 50 years ago. Humanity's greatest strength had never been their technology or their adaptability. It had been their ability to see potential in others and inspire them to reach beyond their current limitations. Where the council had created a hierarchy with themselves at the top, humanity had created a network of partnerships. Where the council had maintained order through control, humanity had achieved progress through cooperation. Where the council had feared the unknown, humanity had embraced it as an opportunity for growth. The final scene played out at Harmony Station, where Jake Morrison stood before a gathering that included representatives from over 100 species. Human children played alongside young aliens in observation areas designed to accommodate multiple atmospheric and gravitational requirements. Scientists and engineers from dozens of worlds collaborated on projects that would have been impossible for any single species to accomplish. "The council offered us membership in their exclusive club," Jake said to the assembled delegates. "But we discovered something better. We learned that the galaxy becomes infinitely larger when you stop trying to control it and start trying to understand it." Captain Diana Ross appeared on the main display, reporting from her current position near the galactic core where her exploration fleet had discovered structures that predated even the Council's ancient civilization. "We're transmitting coordinates for 17 systems that contain artifacts of unknown origin," she reported. "These discoveries are being shared freely with all FSF members for joint investigation." The presentation continued with reports from other exploration teams that had found everything from crystalline beings that existed partially in hyperspace to living planets that had achieved self-awareness. Each discovery was shared immediately with all FSF members, creating a constantly expanding database of knowledge that grew faster than any single species could assimilate. Jake concluded his presentation by looking directly into the camera, knowing that his words would be heard throughout both FSF and Council space. 50 years ago, the Council told humanity that we needed to grow up before we could join galactic civilization. They were right about one thing. We did need to grow. But we didn't grow by copying what already existed. We grew by imagining what could exist if everyone worked together toward something better. The final image showed Earth as seen from space, but it was not the same planet that had sent Jake Morrison to plead for Council membership decades ago. This Earth was surrounded by orbital habitats where multiple species lived and worked together. Ships from dozens of worlds came and went, carrying trade goods and cultural exchanges that enriched everyone involved. But most impressive was what could be seen in the background of the image. The artificial star that Luna Station had created blazed like a second sun.
Commander Vextar of the Galactic Enforcement Division had seen a lot of stupid things in his 300 cycles of service. Pirates trying to ram battle cruisers with cargo haulers, smugglers hiding contraband in reactor cores, politicians claiming they were honest. But nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared him for what he was witnessing aboard the human vessel. "Lucky strike. Sir," his tactical officer Kryn whispered, her 4 eyes blinking in sequence. "Are we absolutely certain these creatures are classified as a sentient?" Vextar watched through the observation deck's reinforced transparasteel as the human crew went about their daily routines. If you could call it routine. One of them, a female with bright orange hair tied in some sort of decorative knot, was juggling what appeared to be live plasma charges. Another, a male with peculiar facial hair arranged in specific patterns, was consuming a beverage that was literally steaming and making satisfied sounds. According to the Terran Diplomatic Corps, yes, Vextar replied, his mandibles clicking with what humans might recognize as nervous laughter. Though I'm beginning to question their evaluation methods. The Lucky Strike had been flagged for a standard inspection after crossing into hegemony space. Nothing unusual about that. What was unusual was everything that had happened since they'd requested permission to board. First, the human captain, a woman named Alex Martinez, had cheerfully agreed to the inspection while simultaneously eating what appeared to be a sandwich containing enough capsicum to kill a Vorthan battle rhino. She'd offered to share. Vexitar's crew had politely declined after their universal translator had identified 17 different compounds in the food that were classified as chemical weapons by at least 4 different civilizations. Then there was the ship itself. The humans had apparently decided that standard safety protocols were more like gentle suggestions. Their reactor was running at 110% efficiency, which should have been impossible. Their artificial gravity was set to 1.2 standard, which explained why his crew kept stumbling around like newly hatched grubs. And their atmospheric mixture contained enough oxygen to turn the entire ship into a bomb if someone so much as looked at a spark plug wrong. "Sir," Communications Officer Bliptar called out, his voice carrying that particular tone that meant bad news was incoming. "The human captain is requesting permission to demonstrate their hospitality customs in the main cargo bay." Vextar felt his secondary stomachs clench. In his experience, any time a species wanted to demonstrate their customs, it usually ended with someone getting injured, poisoned, or occasionally both. "Very well," he sighed, "but keep the medical bay on standby, and maybe alert the chaplain." The cargo bay of the Lucky Strike was a testament to human organizational philosophy, which seemed to be, if it fits, put it there, and if it doesn't fit, make it fit anyway. Crates were stacked in configurations that defied both logic and physics. Cables snaked across the floor in patterns that resembled abstract art more than functional wiring. And in the center of it, all stood Captain Martinez, grinning with the sort of expression that Vextar had learned to associate with impending disaster. "Welcome aboard the Lucky Strike," she announced, spreading her arms wide. "We're honored to have the Galactic Enforcement Division visit our humble little ship." Humble? Right. Vextar glanced around at the cargo bay, noting the fusion cutter hanging casually from a tool belt, the industrial-grade plasma torch being used as a reading light, and what appeared to be a miniature black hole generator that someone had labeled Emergency Coffee Maker. "We appreciate your cooperation, Captain," Vexitar replied carefully. "Your vessel and crew appear to be unique." "Oh, you haven't seen anything yet," Martinez laughed, and Vexitar's threat assessment subroutines immediately kicked into high alert. "Jake, toss me the number 7. The male with the decorative facial hair, apparently named Jake, reached into a nearby crate and casually threw what Vextar's enhanced vision immediately identified as a combat knife. Not just any combat knife, either. This was a military-grade, monomolecular edge, armor-piercing blade that could cut through battle plate like it was tissue paper. And the human captain caught it. By the handle. Without looking. The silence in the cargo bay was so complete that Vexitar could hear his own circulatory system working overtime. His security detail had gone completely still, which was the hegemony equivalent of reaching for weapons. Behind him, he heard Kryn make a sound like a deflating balloon. Captain Martinez examined the knife with casual interest, as if someone had just handed her a writing instrument instead of a weapon capable of bisecting most known life forms. Beautiful craftsmanship, she mused. Carbon titanium alloy, quantum sharpened edge, ergonomic grip designed for extended combat operations. She looked up at Vextar with that terrifying smile. We picked it up at a trade station near the Vega system. The vendor said it was lightly used. Lightly used. A weapon that could decapitate a war mech was lightly used. Vextar began to understand why the Terran diplomatic corps had such trouble establishing peaceful relations with other species. "That's a very impressive blade, Captain," he managed, trying to keep his voice steady. "Perhaps you could put it down. My security team gets nervous around sharp objects." "Oh, this old thing?" Martinez flipped the knife into the air, where it spun exactly 3 times before landing perfectly in her palm again. "It's just a utility knife. Jake uses it to open packages." Jake nodded helpfully. "Sometimes I use it to trim my beard. Works great for that too." Vexatar felt his left eye begin to twitch. In the hegemony military, weapons of that caliber required special authorization, extensive training, and psychological evaluation before anyone was allowed to so much as touch them. These humans were using them for personal grooming. "Captain," he said slowly, "would you mind if I asked where you learned to handle bladed weapons with such proficiency?" "Oh, you know." Martinez shrugged, absently spinning the knife between her fingers like it was a toy. "Standard childhood education on Terra. Everyone learns basic blade work in primary school. It's right after arithmetic, and right before applied chemistry." Applied chemistry. Vexatar made a mental note to review Terra's educational curriculum when he got back to headquarters, and possibly recommend a complete psychological evaluation